Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the show tonight. The good old relaxing, chillaxing show. I'd say we're by the beach. Only Quintic is by the JPEG beach, but we can pretend it's actually like really rainy and overcast today here. But don't worry about that. We're not here in the real world. We're here in whatever this world is. And I'm Becky Rita. Now on the desk, I've got Quintic and Kevbo. How you doing tonight, lads? How are we vibing? What are the vibes feeling like?
I've really got those pool party vibes. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, this is a budget LCS pool party. We're feeling really at home right now. You know, I couldn't get a wetsuit to be Scuba Gragas tonight, so I had to compromise. But I'm feeling comfy. I'm feeling cozy. Kevbo, how are you feeling? It looks like you're ready to make sure nobody drowns tonight, which is a good thing.
I'm here to make sure no one's running on the pool deck or running it down in game. So we're excited. Got my my rebreather in case we need to resuscitate any of these teams after getting schmacked. So
we'll have to see. We'll have to see if any of these teams need a little bit of assistance. I feel like usually with these sorts of leagues, teams are more prone to choke than drown, so we'll have to see if, your assistance is needed. Granted, you probably should also help teams that are choking. We'll figure that out when we get there. But anyways, welcome. We are here for the Victoris Triumph Series. Tonight we have a series between Diversity Esports and Nameless Esports Goobers. Diversity currently 2-0, have not dropped a game yet, and Nameless Esports, they have played one series. Their second series got delayed at some point, and we're waiting to see what their week 2 results will be eventually, but for now they are 0-1, so they're looking to pick up their first win, and Diversity are looking to get their lead further and further ahead of the rest of the pack. But it's going to be a little interesting for these teams because, unfortunately, there was a patch. And we discussed this a little bit last night on the VRS desk and on Wednesday as well for the Victoris Talk Squad. We went into a little bit in depth, but this patch has had some serious changes to what we can expect from the best champs in the meta right now. And Quinn, I know you got some comfy, cozy stats.
Yeah.
Would you like to?
You can't do it.
Would you like to give us the goods, the good stuff?
Yeah. So we've already been over the biggest changes on the podcast. Hecarim a lot more powerful than he was before. We had the electrocute changes for Nami. We had Misfortune's changes. I would like to point out that on the podcast, I predicted that Misfortune would be receiving more nerfs and compensation buffs. And I could not have been more wrong about that, because as it turns out, when you improve the cast time of a spell like Misfortune's Q, then her DPS just goes through the roof. So Crit Misfortune is a huge meta threat right now. The Sivir nerfs weren't enough to get her out of the meta, but were enough to knock her down from the top echelon. Ezreal, who was just kind of lurking behind everyone else the whole time, has now crept up with his buffs, so we have to be concerned about that alongside Seraphine. We have the Maokai changes, which do make him more appealing in all three of his roles. I did have the chance to test him out support. He feels much better, although not necessarily pick man in that role, more of a very, very good situational pick. The top lane phase is better. Mid game is better if you can survive the lane phase. Jungle clear speed is way up. And then a few more notable mentions on the patch. Set's E change, that gives him an increased slow on the E if he doesn't stun. Now makes it much more easy to confirm his true damage against immobile targets, so we should see him played more often into his best matchups, I think. And finally, Twisted Fate. Whenever Twisted Fate receives a wave clear buff, it is a problem for everyone on the Rift, right? Now, we don't know, we haven't seen too many competitive examples of Twisted Fate on this patch, given that it came out just 2 days ago, right? But from what I've observed, the wave clear it has some very good breakpoints, so I wouldn't be surprised to see teams start to look towards that pick again, even if it's not immediate.
Yeah, absolutely. And TF is always one of those champs that when he's strong, he can really make the game miserable, especially if you're a poor defenseless AD carry. Trying to live your best life, just getting gold carded every single team fight. Every time Destiny gates up, you get to lose your life. And Nocturne as well, one of Twisted Fate's best partners on the Rift, got a buff. So, that's awesome. That's great to see. Nocturne's damage with the boosted attack speed, I played a game of it, and I was able to duel a level 17 Kale as a reasonably powerful Nocturne. So, Nocturne's attack speed is real nice. It feels really good with the right items.
And that plus Wukong's 4th consecutive nerf, the 3rd of which to target his clear speed. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of changes in the jungle priority. Also, Udyr enabled for the first time this week.
That is true. Udyr is enabled. This champ is gross. Udyr is a gross champ. I don't know what else to say.
Vindication from week 1 when I said the rework would probably not change his power level, but would make people realize how broken the champion is. Sucks that I can't pick him as much as I want to anymore, but yeah, Udyr is very good. So we're probably seeing some jungle meta changes. We're probably seeing some AD meta changes, and then the handful of changed champions actually did get some meaningful adjustments.
Yeah, so I expect to see some exciting stuff. Kevbo, what do you think we could expect? Oh, Zanya's also is a change that will affect some supports. Yeah. As a support player, Kevbo, the extra money, is it worth it to still go first item Zanya's?
I don't think it ever really was that worth it to go first item Zanya's. Especially when you have a rune like commencing stopwatch that you can just get the same thing that you really the only difference is you get more stats with Zanya's than you do with the stopwatch. So I personally, at least in the past, if I'm running stopwatch, unless it's an actual AP champion that I'm building AP on, will just take stopwatch, use it to survive a dive or survive a team fight or survive an engage, and then buy something that's going to be more useful anyways. So I think there's only a few champions that really hurt. The biggest one being Rakan. Rakan cannot engage and get out sometimes, so having stopwatch helps a lot. I don't think though that it's I think when it comes to the meta around supports, a lot of it is about enabling the rest of your team. So especially with all the changes that are coming through, I wouldn't be surprised to see the support meta change a little bit too. Obviously there's things that are strong, there's things that aren't, but I wouldn't at all be surprised when it comes to AD carries, especially with the fact that they're kind of there singing in the background, but I wouldn't be surprised to see more people picking up Neela and finding good pairings. So that Taric right now is in a great spot, especially with Neela. So we'll see what does end up evolving down there in the bot lane, but for now I'd expect pretty similar things until we actually get a solid change in the AD carry meta.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what kind of changes come through. But let's change the topic. We're going to be looking at our two teams tonight. That is, of course, Diversity Esports and Nameless Esports Goobers. These two rosters have quite a few power players across both teams, and I think this could be a very exciting game, or exciting series of games. And I'm very, very excited to see how they match up personally.
Yeah, we've got our beloved Morbius on DVD playing tonight. Been hyping them up in the stats. Love the name. Are we jumping into predictions right away, or?
I think we can start by just talking about the teams, and then we can go into predictions once to give a little bit on each of these teams.
Yeah, so in the match history so far, I just had a chance to scour through their old games. We're seeing Diversity run some pretty compelling bot lanes. We've seen the Cog Lulu, we've seen the Seraphine Senna. The stuff that your opponent usually doesn't like to see, but that we love to play. there's much more on the side of Nameless Goobers. There's much more of a tank focus in the top lane so far than there is for Diversity. But true to their name, Diversity's running a variety of picks in the top lane. We can see the Ornn, we can see the Camille, we can see the Renekton, just a variety of styles here across their 2 series, in both of which they haven't dropped a game yet, right? The one constant is that both of these teams seem to be gravitating towards control mage picks in the mid lane. We're seeing a lot of Sejuani jungle for Diversity. We're seeing for Nameless a lot of strategies that on this patch may not work nearly as well. The Wukong jungle, the Lucian Nami bot lane. So yeah, I'm curious to see how they mix up their style for this patch.
All right. Anything you can glean, Kevo, from these 2 teams that you would like to talk about before we do our predictions?
I honestly, I think Quinn ticket most of what I was looking at. So.
Hey, that's A-okay. Any blitzcranks tonight? Any potential, any crankers on either of these teams? It doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it.
It does not look like it. Well,
it's always there. It's always there, especially it's good, like I said, into the Lulu. So, it's always there as an option.
yeah,
but
we'll have to see if they discover it. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna do some predictions. Let's start with you. Quinn. Who are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, so I am going Diversity 2-1. I find their pools a little more compelling for this patch. They haven't dropped a game yet, and they appear on paper strategically sound. That said, I do think Nameless is going to take a game. Because on paper, like from what I can see, results based, they seem to have fairly strong players. So I will give it to Diversity, but hopefully it's a closer series than what we've seen so far on broadcast.
All right, what about you, Kevbo? Do you agree, or do you believe in the Goobers?
Goobers have won. Simply the name game. Absolutely. Stickler Meeseeks and Morbius on DVD in the bot lane. Absolute Giga Chad bangers. But I, in typical Keppo fashion, have copied Quinn's homework yet again. Diversity 2-1 in the bot lane.
Hey, 2-1 Diversity. Believe in the bot lane. Believe in the power of that combination and those compositions they've been selecting. Well, I think that's all very fascinating and lovely. But y'all don't understand. Y'all don't get it. You don't get it. You don't understand just the sheer prowess of the side of Nameless Esports Goobers, who are going to take it 2-1. I think we haven't seen enough of them. I don't think we've got enough data on this team. Hard to really judge necessarily their weaknesses and also their strengths. But I do have to say, very impressed with the players they have on their team, even in the loss, particularly their superstar 80 carry. That's right, Morbius on DVD. Make sure you check it out. It's the top film on Apple Movies. So it is definitely gonna be interesting. And of course, the other players on the team have put up good performances as well. So we will just have to see how. We're getting a production update. There's gonna be 5 minutes till the teams are ready, but it is what it is. I'm very curious to see what these teams do, and I'm very curious how they'll perform. But I do think Goobers have a good chance of taking. And of course, I gotta be a contrarian. I always have the worst opinions, and I have to continue that. I have to continue having the worst opinions.
Oh, we established that on Wednesday. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
If you missed it, be sure to go back and check out the podcast from Wednesday. We broke down some skin tier lists, and like we said, Becky definitely has the worst opinion. So,
haters make me famous is what it is. It is what it is. But while we have a bit more time here, I think gives us an opportunity to go talk a little bit more about some of these champions on match and if they could appear in this game based on what these teams have been playing. Now, I don't know how much solo queue these individual players have been going through recently. It looks like the mid laner, I want to say, for diversity has been grinding a few games recently. A lot of Olaf from USA JJ2, but that was before of this. For the other team, looking through it. Wow, does nobody actually play League anymore? Is it just me?
Well,
Am I the
yeah,
only
no,
person who still
think it's
plays
just you,
this
Becky.
game?
solo queue is a miserable experience, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were scrims that we can't see, right? For diversity, I'd be interested to see if they still pull out the Taric. I personally don't think the nerfs were too bad. They played Taric in 2 of their last 4 games. Ultimately, like by nerfing Taric's E by 1 second, it doesn't push you towards an extra bravado cycle, which is why I didn't really talk about Taric at all in the patch rundown. So I think if we're looking at changed champions, despite like a Taric nerf, it was a nerf, but not a major one, I think we can still see the champion come out today.
Oh, did we touch on Hecarim at all?
Briefly in the podcast mostly, but today I just said like,
Yeah.
wowza, that guy looks good.
Yeah, we got to see a little bit of Hecarim running people over last night. I don't believe it won, but it was still very impressive to watch and just see that champion. The new W or the adjusted W is just bonkers. It's just a strange ability. I don't know why they decided to give it more things to do. It was already okay. Like now he just gets damage reduction because why not?
Well, God forbid we see diversity pull at Hecarim plus Taric. Now that Hecarim has the Enchantress synergies, right?
I would love to see some Yumi.
The cat on the horse, baby!
Oh my gosh. I do think it is interesting because I believe Graves got adjusted on this patch as well.
Yeah, Graves,
and that is something
did he get a little adjustment?
Yep.
The jungler for Goobers plays already. It looks like something that they've played a lot at in League Sin. It's actually their most played in solo queue is Graves. So I would not be surprised to see some priority bans towards that. Also, big shout out to them. They played a Blitzcrank game in our ranked the other day.
That's where we're gonna see the crank, is in the jungle.
Is in the jungle. That is the best place.
Yeah, jungle crank. Yeah, sure. He's he gets boosted attack speed on his W, boosted attacks with his E. It's Pog. It's Poggin. All right. Well, I think the players are ready for draft now. So we're gonna go ahead and send it over. No, yeah, we're gonna send it over to the casters if they are ready. Let's go. And we will get this show on the road. So yeah, my good friends, TDS and Moose, take it away for us.
Well, hello. Welcome to week 3 of the Victoris Triumph series. We got Moose here, we got TDS here. We're both looking super cool in our cool beach wear today. TDS, how are you?
I honestly didn't have a lot of things, so I got whatever I had that resembled anything close to beach things. But I'm ready. I'm ready for tonight with this kind of setup. I want to see good League of Legends action, new champions, no cats. So hopefully we get a lot of good things.
No cats. Gurf agrees as well. Of course, this broadcast would not be complete without Gurf, our fantastic
Yep.
producer, here for the first time in the VTS this week after taking a couple of weeks to live life and do all that fun stuff. So glad to have Gurf here. This
He was
should be
truthfully touching grass.
He was truthfully touching grass. Absolutely. If you guys did not watch the podcast on Wednesday, there was all the talk about touching grass, and if you touch grass, it's an immediate power up to your actual gameplay. So very important to do that every now and again. But with that being said, Nameless Goobers currently 0-1. They still have only played one game in the VTS the split so far. Diversity currently 2-0. I'm giving this series over to Nameless Goobers. Diversity has got the support of TDS. I mean, TDS, why are you so wrong? Like, I don't get it.
Interesting way to start it. So my belief here is that if you're 2-0, you must be doing something really well, and I think that Diversity has certainly, at least, has good enough idea to try and play up with what they had. I do know that Quintic, if I'm not wrong, Quintic did mention that some of their strategies maybe will fall over thanks to the fact that we're now entering a new patch, and especially new picks that will potentially fall over. I think particularly Lucian Nami, that strategy being affected, that is something to look into this series. But I feel like Diversity has played in quite a good amount of diversity picks, ironically with their name, diversity picks that show that they have the opportunity to try and take something new. And I think adding Misfortune to their pool is not something that I feel like teams are incapable of doing. So I feel like it shouldn't be that hard for Diversity to get into a 3-0 position.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I still stay with Nameless Goobers because I said in our first podcast week, that, looking on paper, they look like a very strong team. But, losing out on that first match, there is still a little bit of variability there because they've only played that one series. The opportunity for them to potentially take down Diversity Esports is there. And I'm actually super glad that the caster desk is also symmetrical. Like, I predicted Nameless, and it's over on the left-hand side. You predict Diversity over on the right-hand side. So it all works out. It all looks really, really good. But with that being said,
perfect.
It is. With that being said, we are now finally ready to get into the match. Nameless Goober is going to be over on the blue side. We've got Diversity Esports over on the red. And as they race towards these beginning bans, we're looking to see a little bit of that top side getting taken away. The Graves, the Gragas, the Gangplank, really trying to focus in on both USAJJ and Red Milk T's jungle comps. And that Hecarim, that Quintic, Kevbo, the analyst was talking about, that Misfortune, all of that's going to be taken away here.
A lot of champions taking the hit. I think the most surprising one has to be the Twitch, even though we've seen a lot of priority on that. Hovering now the Ahri, and the Ahri was one of the champions that did get nerfed this patch. The thing is that I feel like for players that already were proficient enough in Ahri, that change or that nerf really doesn't change the dynamic quite much, because thanks to the change that Ahri received quite a while ago, the reason why she became strong was that her damage was taken off of charm. So you really can play with the charm, but realistically, as long as you understand your trade patterns and how to force certain situations, Ahri is still in a good enough spot to be picked. I don't think she's first pickable, but I feel like she certainly can still be played as a mid lane.
Yeah, it is definitely like a contentious decision here by Nameless to decide to go with your mid lane blind, pick B1. Like, maybe in a different patch, maybe in a different season, going for your mid lane blind is a good idea. But because the mid lane is so important in really developing an identity, now you really have to play around with this Ahri and make sure that she's going to be able to get into a spot where either she can start to steamroll in the early game, get those charms, or allow for a composition that works with Ahri's sort of pick style, trying to go for that little bit of poke that she does provide. And so I'm curious to see now what Goobers wants to pair with it. And it looks like it's going to be that Tristana coming into the bottom lane. I mean, we've been talking about how Tristana, with some of the different hits that Sivir has gotten, with the added increase to power that Misfortune has gotten, Tristana might be one of those champions that is coming back into the foray, because not only is it a great bottom laner, but it's also a great mid laner. And we're going to see that here today, along with the J4. So we're looking at lockdown, and we're looking at maybe a lot of AoE coming through.
I was honestly waiting to see if Rel was going to be the pick here, because Rel did get buffed, and I feel like I just had that inkling that maybe we're going to see Tristana Rel. I don't think it's a good idea to try and pull it off, but I was just with that small expectation. But with the Jarvan pick comes the Poppy counter, and Poppy is still a pretty strong champion. The same thing that she had in previous patches stand true right now, and it's a myriad of dashes means that a Poppy just is so strong to try and deny them. So you have so much value with this Poppy. Late game scaling with her is not that bad because she becomes a really strong tank and her ultimate will always have value. So I think that going for what Diversity picked so far, I think a lot of mid game to late game team fighting and a lot of focus on allowing for Warriors Asama to really carry on with a lot of these team fights. The fans now though, Amumu taking away from the Tristana. We talked about engaged supports that can support this Tristana. Certainly Amumu one of them. I think the others that you can take into account are Nautilus and Alistar. I think two of the better ones. I mentioned Rel, but I don't expect to see it. And then thinking about much more of the support, the other kind of support potential with Enchanters. Lulu makes sense. I would keep an eye open for Yumi maybe, but if not, it's top lane focus. And with that, it's Malphite that gets taken away.
Yeah, definitely. I think, with Diversity not wanting to give any more engage over to the Goobers, and Malphite doesn't care about set prize presence at all. So you take that away, you're not necessarily worried about that. Amumu, another one of those questionable bans because you already have an answer to the bandage toss. If Poppy is in that team fight and you land that steadfast presence, now there's no way for that bandage toss to come through. You deny the dash, and at that point now, the Curse of the Sad Mummy doesn't come in, so maybe not the choice that I was looking for here, but Goobers instead looking to be able to get something that maybe would be worried in the top lane with that Renekton, but we're hearing a lot of oohs and ahs in the Discord chat right now from some of the analyst desk and from Gurf as the Taric gets locked in. That has confirmed to us that it is going to be a Taric Jinx bottom lane with that Seraphine in the mid lane to combat the Ahri.
Pretty interesting decision. I love it, honestly, because the synergy that you will have with the Seraphine to try and keep the healing up, as well as just maintaining your survivability for these Jinx can be quite good. Then you also have that ultimate that will just make you invulnerable. And you have a semi sort of engage with the Poppy, and then if you pair it up with the Poppy, you can also try and get a really long stun from Taric. So all in all, not a bad decision. There is a hook in the bot lane that with the Pyke. I'm not sure how effective this may turn out. The ultimate being an execute maybe can prompt team fights being quicker and not allowing for the Taric ultimate to really find the value before the execute comes through. But it's going to be a pretty interesting game watching how it performs. And then to close it out of Gwen, I think rising up in popularity once again. I feel like she was a pretty good champion anyway previously, but now people are realizing that she still is a fine enough champion to play with. So that's why we're seeing much more focus there. One thing though is that I think Poppy obviously a pretty strong jungler and you can play it off like that, but can still be flexed. Even though maybe when it's not the best matchup, can still be flexed, and maybe we see another thing in the jungle just in case. But it is the Camille though, so not taking much.
Yeah, I'm actually, I like that Diversity Esports recognized where Goobers was going with composition. Looking at the 5 champions that they have available, this is not a composition that I see is looking to go in for that 5v5 team fight. They are looking to be able to find the correct pick to then be able to get those neutral objectives in and use the split pushing power of the Gwen, the siege power of the Tristana to force Diversity Esports into multiple lanes at the same time, and Diversity Esports responding in time with a strong split pusher in and of themselves with the Camille. Now, the big question here is how powerful then is the 4-man squad of the Seraphine, Jinx, Poppy, Taric? Are they going to be able to be strong enough to force fights when they need to at these neutral objectives? Or does Nameless Goobers have enough sieging power with their Tristana Gwen to make that a non-factor here? So, I mean, I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on that.
So this is a point that I feel like has been lesser and lesser with how the meta has developed. Because and I'm not talking about just the meta champions, but in general, like how the meta game in terms of team fighting objectives, macro play has gone, and it's because objectives are so crucial. Dragons, Baron, it's such a pivotal part of the game that we don't see anymore that kind of focus for the 1-4, where you leave one champion on the sideline, obviously, to try and split push, but then you have a pretty strong core of 4 champions that can survive by themselves and try and just allow for that for a one to do whatever they want and still be able to team fight, even if it's just a 4 of them. I think that Diversity has a pretty smart idea with what they drafted, and like you're pointing out, the main way of taking away from Nameless is to isolate one of these targets and try and kill them as fast as possible. I don't even think that you can try to go for a 2 or 3 skirmish. You have to isolate one target. Ideally Tarek, because he has the highest value ultimate in the game, and then you can really look for the Jinx or the Seraphine. Because if you allow for one of these members to still stay alive, and then you can now get Camille to join the fight because she can still be a good enough team fighter, then that becomes pretty hard for Nameless, especially if they commit and they cannot kill. But if they can isolate the target, kill it early on, and then Camille arrives late, it doesn't matter anymore. You have the numbers advantage, and you also are taking away the crucial targets, which would be the Taric or the Seraphim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that, looking at now the full composition here for Diversity Esports, if they are able to get the right team or the right team fight, if they are able to get the right lockdown, because Camille can function as a team fight tool or as a split pushing tool, depending on how you build it, you can get into some good positions here that Goobers just don't have the damage or the composition to be able to react to. Goobers, on the other hand, they have some really strong flanking potential here. All 5 of these champions can find a way to dash over a wall without a blast cone. So,
Yeah.
looking at ways to get around the map for Goobers is going to be paramount. And because there's so many dashes here, JJ is not going to be able to stop all of them with Steadfast Presence. If he's able to, then, good for him. Good for him, but it's going to be very difficult for him to be able to catch multiple members to initiate a team fight with Steadfast. It's going to be up to the Diversity Esports squad to think creatively about where they're placing their wards. You do not want to get caught out in a lane by yourself without vision here. So I think we need to really pay attention to where Diversity is putting their wards and how effectively their vision scores are as we move throughout the game. Any final thoughts on either of these compositions, TDS?
The only thing that would also jump into my mind is that I think that Nameless are also playing with a bit of a timer. They do have champions that can be strong in the late game, like Wayne and even Tristana to a certain degree, but I think that they need to play this game, I would say, accelerate the pace as much as possible in the mid game. Because if they allow for the game to get later and later, the healing just becomes that much better, right? And then Jinx 3 items, 4 items, she just becomes such a big menace. There's no true tank on the side of Nameless either, so she can just kind of destroy a lot of these champions effectively. She gets a chance. So I think that they really need to go hard as much as possible in the medium and try and get it rolling for them.
Very good. Very good. But speaking of not good, though, TDS,
Okay.
you and I have been terrible at predicting Dragon Souls and Rifts here in the VTS this split. We are currently both 0-4. We're currently both 0-4 in Dragon Soul predictions. One of us has to be correct today. TDS, what is your Dragon Soul prediction for game 1?
So this is supposed to be ocean theme, beach theme. So I think Ocean Drake would be a pretty good bet to go for today. Hopefully.
Nice. I'll stick with your assessment of it being a kind of beach themed, and we're gonna go with the Cloud Drake. We're gonna go with the Cloud Drake, Cloud Soul, Cloud Rift. Gonna be a ton of fun when one of us is finally correct. Chat, let us know what you guys think the Rift and the Soul is going to be for game 1. We're gonna take a quick break to complete the spectator delay, and when we return, week 3 of the VTS will commence with Nameless Goobers versus Diversity Esports. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the VTS. We got Moose, we got TDS, we got Gurf, and we got the Nameless Goobers versus Diversity Esports to battle it out here in Game 1 of this Week 3 series. Couple of things to point out here. Week 3 is a pivotal moment in most teams' tournament play in a 7-week regular season. Because of this, if Diversity Esports is able to win this series, they will be 3-0, and while they won't be guaranteed a spot in the playoffs, they will look very, very good and very likely to be able to make it at least to the top 8.
Yeah, that pretty much means that they have a margin of error of 25%, I think, after that point, because they need 1 out of 4. So they have a pretty big margin of error after if they win today. And I think that they have the tools to try and pull it off. Now, we cannot discount Nameless because, yes, they are 0-1, but that's just their first game. So they still should be able to try and turn around.
Exactly. And that's, I think, the big question here, I think, for Nameless Goobers, looking at their roster, looking at the power that they could potentially have provided, and, of course, the power of Morbius on DVD, the options are there for some plays. Stickler Meeseeks can take a little bit of damage, unable to drop that ward into that brush. He's going to be just continuing to stay there, continuing to be a little aggressive. He's going to be forced to dash away and still, unfortunately, doesn't get the ward that he was looking for. It ends up getting taken out.
Was it worth it? Was it worth it, Stickler? I like the attempt. I like the tenacity, and it was before minion spawns, so it's not like you truthfully lose out on anything meaningful, but it's giving it. You did give a little bit of gold away without really needing to, and they now would probably think, although now they don't, because Random Capitals was able to get this down. So now they know where the poppies are starting, which is valuable information to have.
Exactly. That is, you're definitely right about that, and good on Random Capitals to be able to drop that ward there and at least provide some vision, knowing that maybe in the next 90 seconds or so, maybe worried about a topside gank or maybe a bottom side gank sooner than that. Looking at the rest of Nameless Goobers, though, SpongeBob gonna be playing as the Gwen in the top lane, Red Milk Tea as the J4 in the jungle, Random Capitals as the Ahri with Morbius and DVD, and Stickler Meeseeks as the Tristana Pike. Very kill-heavy bottom lane here. Stickler Meeseeks going in for the Ignite, Morbius on DVD going with the Cleanse, trying to be able to make sure that they can potentially secure those kills in the bottom lane 2v2s. And then SpongeBob also being aggressive, no flash with that teleport Ignite.
Interesting decision from SpongeBob. Obviously, with Gwen, one of the champions that allows for you to have the Ignite. I would have expected more so the Ghost, but maybe this is to try and kind of go against the idea of having so much healing on the side of Diversity, and then also having that double exhaust, maybe to just allow for you to get extra damage in case something goes completely wrong. But I think a pretty understandable decision if you take into account how much you need to try and pull off certain things. They know that Uza is here, but I don't think that they're going to fight against each other. Although Eric moved first, so maybe they do fight.
Yeah, JJ is gonna see that Red Milk Tea is there. The Ignite is gonna or the Smite is gonna drop, and JJ does not get the Krugs. Red Milk Tea and Random Capitals both inside the Diversity Esports jungle. They will take the Krugs away, and they might actually force JJ to back here. They do. So that is no red buff for JJ. He only comes back with boots and some control words.
Importantly, the red buff wasn't taken, but JJ doesn't know this, so this could be a pretty good way to not only delay him, but not allow for the red buff to actually be taken at all, which could be detrimental for some of the movements that you want to see out of Poppy, coming down to try and get that Scuttle Crab as soon as possible, because you really want to have that Scuttle Crab and try and contest against the Jarvan. Is she going to try and steal the Crux instead?
It's looking like she... Yeah, it's looking like she might try to go for some vision, trying to see maybe if the Raptors weren't taken. Raptors were. So maybe the assumption there is that Krugs are going to be available, but she doesn't know that at this particular point, and doesn't know that Red Milk Tea is on the top side of the rift. And so, that is one of those really tough decisions now that you've got to make. Did he back, or did he decide to go for the red buff? They're going to find out right now as we see Morbius on DVD going a little too far forward. Steadfast Presence gets used, and First Blood is going to go towards USA JJ Diversity Esports.
Obviously, beggars can be choosers. They cannot give. They didn't give the kill to the Jinx, that would have been the best receiver of that kill gold. But in reality, that was such a nicely executed gank, and it was on such a good timing. Maybe Jolini suffers the same fate, but I think they are seeing him. I'm not sure actually.
Okay, the knockup's gonna land, gonna get a little bit of slowing from the
Should be
shield, but there's not any follow-up CC from SpongeBob. Joe's gonna be able to get away.
Yeah, the red buff not enough to deny anything there. So it's an overall victory for the side of the Bear City, and they are going to steal these chickens as well from the Jarvan. So this is a pretty good victory that they are able to obtain, and it also takes away some of the pressure in the bottom. Because now the Tristana has died, yes, she didn't use any summoners, but the bot lane from the side of the Bear City didn't either. So it's not like they are pressured in any way like they could have been if they didn't get anything early on from the bot lane. And then you're also kind of giving space for the Jinx because you did take the Tristana out of the map for a little bit, and the wave now is pushing into the Jinx. Oh.
Hey, yeah, JJ actually going over into the inspiration runes with their secondary rune page, is going to be able to stop the flag and drag from Red Milk Tea. JJ is going to be able to get the extra utilization of that dash and the extra phase rush movement speed to get away. Ignite will be used, Flash will be used, and Stickler Meeseeks gets a nothing in return.
Victory for the Poppy. Able to bait out the Ignite, the Flash, and not die. That is a pretty good victory. Oh wait, Jolini did jump in.
Yeah, now trying to be able to escape.
Oh, really
Great
nice.
utilization of the Hextech Ultimatum, flashing away immediately to ensure that they did not die thanks to the Needlework.
That not dying is quite crucial, particularly because you are going against the Ignite user, so certainly that can be much more detrimental for you if you end up giving up the kill. The Flash is a measure that you try and make the most of, especially when you're not when you're facing against someone that has an aggressive summoner, because this means that later on when you're able to get on top of the aggressive summoner user and they don't get the kill, that means that you have more opportunities to try and reach spaces that they can't. So I think that pretty good that the Camille doesn't die. Yes, she's getting pushed off and she's down in CS, but I feel like that was going to happen with how the early laning phase was going.
Look at 4 members of Diversity. I'm sorry, of Nameless Goobers going
really
up to that blue up, making sure that Red Milk Tea is able to pick it up. Doesn't go over to random capitals on the Ahri, but that was just a consequence of what happened previously there. Dragon was taken. Diversity knew that Dragon was taken, so USAJJ deciding then to go for the complete clear of Red Milk Tea's topside jungle. And since the blue buff was seen, but there was no response or no one there for, or JJ was not there, decided for Nameless Goobers decided to pick up that blue buff. So, you know, who wins out on that? Is 2 camps better than a buff, TDS?
In terms of overall gold, I think that it is. In terms of what you gain with the buff, obviously you always value that extra mana, and getting it taken away from the enemy is always useful. So it's kind of a hard question to go. I feel like for Jarvan, if it was a red buff, I could see the argument of it being better. Oh, Rambo.
Hey, we do have to play here. Secret Meeseek's gonna be able to get the hook this time. The Encore is
Nice
going to
ulti,
land. The
bud.
stun is gonna come through, and Meeseek gonna take that kill. Rambo's gonna fall in the mid lane.
That is a pretty good attempt coming in, but honestly, I feel like should have flashed just as soon as you see any sort of attempt from the Pyke. Even if you get hooked, if you're closer to turret, your buffer from the ultimate can be better. So I feel like all in all should have been used a little bit earlier. It's a pretty good kill for the side of Nameless, and this is kind of what we expected with the Pyke. Pyke is not going to be bound by lane. He's going to try and move around, because really you don't achieve that much being in the bot lane.
So huge for Nameless Goobers just in general, because Rambo comes back with the teleport already expended in that last play. So you do slow down the tempo of the Diversity Esports mid laner a little bit. 0-1 and 0 now does have that Dark Seal, so that's not providing any value. Has a Lost Chapter, has a Tear, and so really slowing down the Seraphine from being a super powerhouse here in the mid lane is definitely big because they had that advantage in the top side of the Rift. They were able to pick up the Rift Herald, but now Seekler and B6 trying to be able to get away. A great double stun from Fizzy, though, as Osama is able to take down the Me6 for the first time this game, picking up their first kill.
Super good save there from Lil Fizzy, able to utilize the stun to get the pike, and then they are able to give the kill over to the Jinx. Pretty good, and this is such a nice momentum that they are taking, because yes, you may have given off some gold in the mid lane and then allow for some of the other champions on the side of Nameless to get ahead, but the biggest issue here is the fact that the Jinx is getting so strong without really getting answered. Like, Jinx has had, oh wait,
Yeah, Morbius on DVD, no flash,
Double
does have cleanse
stun.
available, but no stun just yet utilized. Morbius will be able to get away with less than 100 HP. JJ down half HP, Fizzy down half HP. They all survive for the time being.
everyone survives, nobody dies. Herald was taken in the top side by the Jarvan, but in reality, as long as they don't die, oh, Lil Fizzy, you need to be careful.
Okay, yeah. Not yet level 6 from Stickler V6. Random Capitals clearing out the lane. We've got Red Milk Tea clearing out the mid lane. So it just shows how important every single kill is, every single back can be. Because Red Milk Tea is in the mid lane, couldn't go for a gank topside, couldn't drop Rift Herald for SpongeBob on the Gwen. Very important to make sure that your macro plays, even when you're in a player disadvantage, is utilized to its fullest effect. And I think Goober's overall mitigating the damage of that death well.
It really matters, right? Like with Pike, that extra, or not extra, like that is a pretty big game changer, because just having that execute potential, that chance to destroy someone immediately without having to worry about certain health thresholds or certain things like that matter. And I feel like that's why Pike really needed that ultimate as soon as possible. But because of his moving around, it was really hard to achieve that. This is a pretty nice play to see in the mid lane to try and obtain as much plates as possible to cover up some of the deficits that the Tristana is facing. The problem is that we're still facing a pretty big problem for the side of Nameless. Jinx has been left untouched, and even though I like the movements that we've seen from Nameless, they need to be aggressive, much more aggressive in some of their decisions, like this.
Okay, JJ gonna get hit by the Bone Skewer. Keeper's Verdict does not land. That is not going to be available for this Dragon play, but there's all 5 members of Diversity here. This could potentially be a 4v5 situation with teleport coming in from SpongeBob. Nice stun from Sickler Meeseeks. The Dragon's going to be down to less than 900 HP. And USA JJ is going to be able to pick that one up. And once again, TDS, we are incorrect in our Dragon Soul predictions. It is a Hex Tech Soul. We got a team fight coming in as the Charm's going to land onto Fizzy. Stun does not land on anybody. Fizzy's going to be in trouble. Does not drop the ultimate, and he didn't get it at all. Rambo, though, going to be able to drop a nice encore. Morbius on DVD is still going to try to come through. Going to be able to get another kill with the explosive charge, and Morbius on DVD deals so much damage in that Cataclysm. It's a double kill for Red Milk Tea.
It's a double kill, and I think we have the replay, so we will jump immediately to it.
Nice start from Sickler V6. The Dragon's going to be down to less than 900 HP. And USA JJ is going to be able to pick that one up. And once again, TDS, we are incorrect in our Dragon Soul predictions. It is a Hex Tech Soul. We got a team fight coming in. The Charm's going to land onto Fizzy.
Because he never
land on
uses the
anybody.
ultimate.
Fizzy's
You have
going to
to
be in
use it
trouble.
at some point.
Does not
Even
drop the
if you
ultimate.
die,
And he
it's
didn't
better
get it
that
at
you
all.
die
Rambo,
using it,
though,
because I think that
nice
if I'm
encore.
not wrong,
Morbius on
you can,
DVD is still going to try to come
that is
through.
gonna
Going to be able to
still
get
gets it.
another kill
So you at
with
least get the value there.
explosive
But
charge.
nobody gets it
SpongeBob.
in this fight. So everyone dies, the Jinx is in an awful spot, and you cannot answer accordingly. Oh, Jolene.
Yeah, not good there, Jolene.
Ooh, nice.
Gets countered thanks to a nice Hextech ultimatum once again. Jolene having good hands when he's in trouble. And now Stickler Meeseeks is going to get stunned. Going to potentially be in trouble. Will get hit by the jumpers. Oh, a nice dash from Stickler Meeseeks. Ooh, nice play.
Really nicely done, and it's Jolene that fails the flash stun there on the Camille. If he gets that, Stigler Mystics is dead. But pretty nicely done, smooth, getting out of trouble and not giving a kill away. It's been coming really close in those situations, right? They are trying to go over the chaos, the pain, the hard part, evading death, which is super crucial, and able to not die, which it's super crucial as well.
Yeah, very important there. Jolini, is a little bit behind in CS. SpongeBob, not yet with the Rift Maker, but is very close to being able to get that available. And now in a 2v1 situation, gonna force SpongeBob from going any further ahead for the time being. Potentially a 3v1 here as JJ is in the area. SpongeBob is going to try to check and be able to try to go for the ward.
Nice.
He's going to get hit by the Steadfast Presence. Will go invulnerable, but there is no invulnerability inside the mist. The stuns are coming through. The knockup lands. SpongeBob survives. Red Milk Tea is able to pick up a knockup, but the Super Mega Death Rocket from Osama is able to make it a 1-for-1 so far as Jolini goes down. Fizzy able to get away from the Cataclysm. Nice flash. So both top laners die.
1-for-1, Osama with a pretty clutch rocket to get the kill into the win. So all in all, not bad for the side of Nameless, considering the fact that they were going to force that by themselves. Oh, Osama.
We're not done yet, though, as Osama's going to try to come through, but this play was super delayed. It will end up being a 1-for-1 for the time being as Stickler Meeseeks goes down. Osama will die, and now Rambo is here to still make it a 2v2. That one hit of the slow is going to land, but will Rambo save? USA will not. It's a double kill for Random Capitals.
Really good from Nameless, punishing this sort of mistakes, making the lead go higher and higher, and this is what they needed to accomplish. Teleport coming in. I think that Jolini, oh actually, he's in a really bad spot. He's in an awful spot.
Bad spot here. The Everfrost slow, not root. Jolini will be able to get away, but that's going to be another red buff taken. Red Milk Tea has taken 3 out of the 4 red buffs. I think actually 3 out of the 3 red buffs that have spawned in the topside jungle here. And that just goes to show you, they are really trying to focus on the top side of the Rift. And while they did ignore Osama in the earlier stages of the game, now you have a J4 that's 3-0-5. Now you have an Ahri that is 2-0-4. Those are some pretty good stat lines for your top side of the Rift.
And a lot of that has to do also with the fact that the Camille has been not a lane that you expected, right? Because Camille was a counter pick. It wasn't picked blindly. Like, you countered the win with the Camille. So you knew what you were getting into. And the Camille really hasn't been anything amazing so far. Like, not allowing for the Poppy to really have space in the top side unless the Jarvan is not even close over there. And then not even allowing for a lot of space all over on the bot side. So with the fact that Where is Osama is in such a good spot, even with how the game has been going, I feel like it's a pretty nice thing for diversity. But they need to try and stop this sort of bleed, because we talked about Nameless needing to try and force the play, needing to try and go hard in the mid game to get a lead so that they can not go immediately into the late game, but be as strong as possible against this sort of late game composition. They're doing a pretty good job, but they still need to try and do it a little bit harder, and I think that they have the tools to do it.
Yeah, I mean, looking on paper right now, Nameless Goobers, I mean, maybe to some people, maybe Quintic can answer this question when we get in, or Tevbo, whoever on the analyst desk, but I feel at this moment, right now in this game, Nameless Goobers is potentially at the most powerful that they're going to be at. Red Milk Tea is still a strong champion at 17 minutes, but at 22 minutes, maybe not as much. As the Hextech Ultimatum is going to drop, Capital's going to be in trouble. He does not have a stopwatch, and he's going to get shut down. Jolini will pick up that kill. And maybe kind of giving a commentator's curse there for Goobers as they give up a pretty big shutdown and a little bit of momentum to diversity.
That was a really good kill that they gained onto the Ahri. The shutdown going onto the Camille, which was kind of on the low side, so certainly getting that is pretty crucial. But Nameless is pressuring the turrets. There's no real answer. They are allowing for the Tristana to free hit, which I think is a big mistake. And they are also losing over on the top side. There was a Herald, so they can force the play. Ooh.
Okay, Fizzy. Gonna be able to get the stun on Morbius, but Morbius able to get away. Stickler Meeseeks will be forced to use Flash off screen. An objective bounty will be taken in the bottom lane. But in exchange, a top tier 1 tower and an and one from Shelly into the inhibitor top inhibitor tower is going to be the price for that. So overall, I would say an even gold play from both teams, but having that inhibitor almost exposed in the top lane can be very effective here for Nameless Goobers if they can get that inhibitor.
Especially against champions like the Gwen and the Ahri that can try and push on the side lane by themselves and also have teleport can be a risky situation. I think that you have to champions that can answer, but Seraphine really doesn't want to be on the side lane. She wants to be close to the teamfight as much as possible because she's such a great healer, but really her usefulness goes really down if she's not directly involved with the rest of the team. So this can be something that Nameless can really take advantage of. But the next dragon, I think, going to be quite important to see how it performs, how the fight goes, and how much can the side of Nameless get off of this dragon, be it getting the objective or getting another objective, because they need this sort of gasoline to keep on moving forward.
Yeah, I'm looking at Rambo's build right now, and going back, deciding to pick up a stopwatch and then the Oblivion Orb, not looking to use that money to pick up that Seraph's Embrace. I don't know if I agree with that, because Rambo has always felt like they're on the back burner in terms of their completed items, because they've been unable to, you know, complete these items because they've had so many parts. You have a fight just in the bottom lane. A great Cataclysm, though, as Stickler Meeseeks is able to go in for the death from below, getting a double kill onto Jolini and onto JJ. The knockup's gonna land, and another death from below. Stickler Meeseeks able to pick up a triple kill, giving extra money over to his squad mates. A turret goes down in the mid lane, a turret goes down in the bottom lane, but a huge play for Nameless Goobers.
And another big mistake by Diversity. This is not the first time that we've seen Nameless punishing this sort of plays over on one side. Like, Diversity has pulled this sort of things previously in this game. The problem is that they are trying to pull this off when they don't know if they are in the advantage or not. Like, look at the vision on the bot side. Absolutely nothing to really tell you if you're in a good spot or not. And you're just getting punished because of that by Nameless. Oh.
All right, they are a slippery team, Nameless Goobers. Can they get out of this one, though? This is a 4v4. Needlework's going to be dropped, and that's so much damage from Needlework onto SpongeBob, though. Going to be in trouble here. Going to try to be able to get away. He does get it with a skip and stiff, as Rambo's going to be hit in by the Bone Skewer. Stickler Meeseeks very low, but once again able to escape. The invulnerability lands onto 4 members, but everyone else is able to get away. Big ultimates used on both sides of this game, but unfortunately, no one goes down.
They literally got played by Nameless in that situation. Like, they moved around like they were headless chickens. There was no way for them to get anything done in that fight. Really nicely done by Nameless to deny everything coming from the side of Diversity, and now they lost their biggest ultimate. Like, they actually cannot force a fight, because without Taric ultimate, they will lose. Oh,
and they know that SpongeBob, who didn't use Needlework in that last fight, is going to use Needlework now. Keeper's Verdict is going to be utilized, and JJ will not have that ultimate available, and immediately,
they don't have any vision.
Immediately upon the Keeper's Verdict getting used, they go straight to Baron. Huge play here for Nameless Goobers. They know exactly what they were looking for, and they got it.
Yeah, Diversity really doesn't know what to do with their comp, and they are getting played super well by Nameless. There's nothing that they can do. There's nothing to deny from Diversity. So Diversity, the only thing that they can truthfully do at this point is wait for 3 items on your Jinx, get another item on your carries, and then play for teamfight. Don't, like, literally forget everything else in the map exists, because you cannot do anything at this point in the game. Right now, the game is getting run by Nameless, and they have a say in everything that happens. You have no say at all, and you have no permission to do anything, essentially. Unless you have 5 members to 2. Like, that's the only way that I can see them really forcing the issue, because they don't have the means to really force certain things.
Yeah, I mean, Diversity has not been able to control the pace of the game at all, and part of that is this Poppy. Like, unfortunately, JJ, playing as this tank jungler, just isn't able to maneuver around the map quickly enough to compare with Red Milk Tea, who's been able to get around the map so effectively. It doesn't matter that you're able to stop dashes, because Red Milk Tea is not where USA JJ is in most situations, and when he is in those places, he's able to land multi-man cataclysms. We've seen the death from below with double kills, and now we potentially going to see a play here. USA JJ going to be able to land a Steadfast Presence on Milkshake, but the Charm is going to land on a JJ, actually going to get punished using the Phase Rush, as Morbius on DVD will pick up JJ and are now looking to go
when
for
wasn't even here.
Stickler Meeseeks is trying to be able to find something, and flash forward on a Fizzy. The Encore is going to land on a 2, but it's not going to be enough to be able to take Stickler Meeseeks down. Another Bone Skewer going to try to land, as Rambo will get shut down, or get the shutdown onto Meeseeks, making it a 2v1 for the time being. but the play is not over yet, as Morbius on DVD now has the minions to back him up as he sieges towards the mid lane inhibitor tower. They'll back away for the time being, but they do pick up too.
They get lucky picking that one kill into Stickler, or in all honesty, like, if they had lost 2 members for absolutely nothing in comparison,
Okay, X-Tech Ultimatum's gonna come in. Can he get the true damage? No, he can't. Red Milk Tea finding the knockup, not allowing the true damage on the SpongeBob to connect, and the healing is just enough for Nameless Goober's top laner to pick up another kill.
And it really is on the another one side, because it's so consistent that this has happened. Like, Diversity doesn't understand that they cannot force these kind of things. They have absolutely no vision to really know this. Or actually, in reality, this is even worse, because I think that there was a bit of vision, and they know that the Jarvan was coming, so they get punished knowing the fact that there was another champion close by. I think you have to give a lot of credit to Nameless for taking advantage of how Diversity has opted into certain things. Even though I think Diversity has committed a lot of mistakes, Nameless has done a pretty good job at punishing it. And I want to go into Stickler once again, because even though he died in the previous one, a lot of the way that this game has gone so positively for Nameless is on the pipe. He has kept vision control, he has moved around effectively. After getting the ultimate, he pretty much just allowed for the rest of the map to be as strong as possible. And even though Tristana is not the hardest hyper carry right now, she still is in a good enough spot. So I feel like Stickler really is pulling a lot of weight in how the team performed so far, and he's doing a lot to allow as well for Red Milk Tea to be of value.
Yeah, you really brought up a good point there about vision, for essentially talk about that in a second. Unless we are getting a fight. No, Bonecure does not connect. There's that Umbral Blade coming into power. Jolini is coming in. This is a 3v4 situation, but a nice knockup. Morbius on DVD will go on to a killing spree and a Cataclysm to land into 2. Morbius on DVD, shooting into Fizzy. Fizzy once again not using the ultimate. Random Capital is going to take down JJ, and that's 3 members of Diversity Esports down. The Encore doesn't even matter as we get an ace for Morbius on DVD, a double kill for the Tristana, and maybe the end of this game.
Even if this is not the end of the game, I would find it hard that there's anything that Diversity can do. Like, they are not only so far behind, but they simply are just... Like, it feels like they are just running intentionally into their dooms, because the Camille dying in that situation, not even using Hextech, not even using Flash, then Lil Fizzy doesn't use ultimate either. Like, those are situations that you have to question, because those are things that you have to do. It's not if you can, it's you have to. And Camille will die again.
Alright, okay, Jolini gonna get hit by the knockup. The Hextech Ultimatum will get used. Tickler and Beastix able to get away from the ultimatum as Jolini will be forced to flash away. Red Milk Tea gonna go in. Might actually die here. Going golden. He will die. Maybe he does finally die after dropping a ton of health. And getting a little bit of resistances there with, or a little bit of health back with that Gore Drinker. But hey, that's 2 inhibitors down. All inhibitor turrets are dead.
Yeah,
and now
actually, yeah.
Looking to be able to move forward.
They will get the chance to get this dragon because there's no jungler on the side of Nameless. Now, okay, actually, there is no teleport, so I was thinking maybe they teleport into bait to try and get something else, but there's no teleport. So they can fight this and even get the dragon. They just need to not die, but there's no Taric ultimate, which is a huge issue.
Oh, yes. SpongeBob going in, though, is going to be a 5v1 for a second here as SpongeBob is going to go golden. The Encore is going to land on to the Ahri, who's going to be able to utilize the Spirit Rush to get away. SpongeBob will die. Stickler Maze will go down as Morbius on DVD going to try to go for it. That's going to be a double kill for the Jinx. Morbius on DVD. The next target, a triple kill for Osama. And they are going to be able to pick up a ton of kills there, but will they be able to get the dragon? Got random capitals without a flat, without a dash. Will Osama be able to pick up a kill? No, they won't. Shut down onto the Ahri is huge as Red Milk Tea is now looking to be able to try to pick up a kill here. The stun is going to land as Red Milk Tea will get hit into the wall. He does have a Guardian Angel, and he knows that he can potentially win this fight.
Really
a
nice.
great presence from JJ, and Red Milk Tea flashing forward into the Cataclysm. Gore Drinker going to be able to give some health back, and Red Milk Tea looking to be able to get away. He will end up getting knocked up. Will he be able to take down JJ in the process? He's trying to make it happen. He's trying to find a kill. He's trying to pick one up. Does he get it? The answer is Yes? No? Oh my god. Okay, he doesn't get the kill, but no one
Dragon
gets
is-
the dragon.
Yeah, actually, I think Nameless gets the dragon because Jinx is dead. Yes, there is 4 members, but there's no chance for them to be able to contest this. Dragon is dead because of that fight. Incredible that they will lose this dragon, but I kind of want to think, or I actually think that this may not be the worst for Nameless. Like for diversity, because Jinx got a lot of kills. Like they actually got a lot of gold back thanks to that. You have 3 items on Seraphine, 3 items on Jinx, 2 on both the top laner and the jungler, and then the Taric also reached that level 2 ultimate with their Mythic. So this could be a good opportunity to try and begin the comeback. Like this actually is a pretty good chance. If they win another fight, I think that they are in a really good spot. But it seems like they are going to lose Baron though. So.
Yeah, JJ is gonna be there. He's gonna be seen on Vision. Capital's gonna find the charm and the root. So JJ is not even gonna be able to get into the pit. Trying to be able to find it. Gonna try to get Stickler Meeseeks. Who gets it? As we get to see the Guardian Angel get used by Stickler Meeseeks, gonna be able to get away. Who will get the Baron? The Baron almost out of health and will go over to Nameless Goobers. Stickler Meeseeks gonna try to be able to pick up a kill there as a Cataclysm is gonna drop. Red Milk Tea is going to be low as SpongeBob goes forward. It's gonna be a little bit of damage now on Random Capitals as JJ is gonna fall. Oh, he's gonna die. And it's a huge play. Double kill for Osama. And an ace for diversity.
I always knew that that Baron was overvalued. Look at that. Everyone dies for the Baron, but we have the replay.
Not even going to be able to get into the pit.
It's such a crazy fight.
Trying to be able to find it. Going to try to get stick for
every moment. But they get the first kill. They are able to survive for so long. This is what I was meaning. I don't think the Dragon is that big of a loss because in reality, at the end of the day, they are still champions that excel in late game fights. Even without the Jinx wasn't even close. And they won this fight. I want to mention another thing. Without even using Charing Ultimate. Like, they just got a victory without your main hyper carry and one of your biggest ultimates. That is such a big teamfight win for the side of diversity. And I think that they are now in prime position to try and mount a comeback. They have 4 more minutes till the next big objective, which is Elder, and that just means another item for the Jinx, another item for the Seraphine, another item for your Poppy, another item for your Camille. You're in prime position to really be able to turn around this game. I'm surprised that this happened after what was going on with Nameless, but they gave the opportunity, and now they maybe are going to pay the price.
I am not convinced, TDS. I'm not convinced. It is still a 10,000 gold lead. As Stickler B6 is going to find the stun as the teleport is going to come in. They're going to see a fight at the jungle as Keeper's Verdict does not land on anybody. JJ not able to get the stun on the SpongeBob, and JJ is going to get caught out.
No, they
picked up the kill.
JJ, after everything that happened, was a little bit too hypey and ends up paying the price.
Yeah, it's still a 10,000 gold lead, TDS.
Yeah,
it's still an extra item on the on your J4. It's still an extra item on your Gwen. Like it's still a massive amount of money that's being dropped here. And with JJ gone,
the main thing that makes me believe is the fact that yes, they have extra items, but the Jinx has an item on all of them. So I think that that's why I believe, but maybe it's believing too hard.
Oh, maybe as Fizzy gonna try to drop the invulnerability, will be able to get it. All 4 members invulnerable for the next couple of seconds, but it does absolutely nothing to stop the play from continuing forward for Nameless Goobers as they pick up all 3 inhibitors. Osama trying to do what they can with what damage they have available. Moving forward, gonna get the slow onto SpongeBob.
They have a lot of damage.
Jolini coming in. Hextech Ultimatum is gonna drop, and SpongeBob's gonna try to do what they can. Jolini is gonna completely die, and there's no invulnerability this time. The Cataclysm is gonna drop onto Rambo and immediately get dropped. Osama's gonna go golden, gonna dodge the death from below. Osama's still alive. Osama is still alive. It's a triple kill for Osama. The Jinx is gonna save this game for Diversity Esports.
Yeah, and the Tristana escapes. She's going to push top wave, but it doesn't matter. You have the Jinx full health now thanks to the Cherry. Look at that. They're able to push this wave. I think they can. They can try and push for that tier 2 mid lane turret, but I don't think they're going to force it. 144 Dragon. They are going to push waves, try and set up for the other, and try and win a fight over there. Crucial for them, they didn't lose the Nexus turret, because that is still the last bastion between having an open Nexus and being able to keep on fighting. And that Dragon is going to be such a big fight.
Yeah, but very important here is that SpongeBob does have a teleport. In the
Yeah.
next minute,
Yeah.
this game will be decided.
Oh,
This game is
minute.
gonna get what? Oh
Yeah,
my god!
I was thinking that.
Oh my god, Morbius on DVD and a solo kill takes down Osama off screen.
Why would you ever be alone there? Oh no.
Oh boy, SpongeBob
They are
gonna force the
throwing
flash
it.
out of JJ. They look so good, and now Morbius on DVD feels so confident. The keeper's verdict does not land. JJ gonna try to be able to get away, but the grenade damage is so huge. Encore doesn't land at all.
I think they do
now-
now.
Yeah,
I don't
Goober's-
think they have any way to fight. Like Jinx, like my hope was on Jinx because she had 4 items, not on the rest of the members. In all honesty.
Okay, all right. Who's gonna get it? SpongeBob is gonna be able to take down the tower. Now will they be able to take down the Nexus? As
What?
Jolene is gonna be able to take down Secret Meeseeks. Gonna be
So
going
yes.
golden here. Who's gonna get
They
it?
lost.
Will
They
Ari be
lost.
able to finish the job? Yes, they will. And Nameless Goobers, well, they gave us a little bit of fun at the end of this game. They will still be able to win this one, and they will be one up against Diversity Esports. My goodness. I mean, Goobers looked so good for so long, and then you said it. You said it. You said Osama, got so many items there at that dragon fight. It was looking so good, and then he just gets caught out of position.
Like, and this is, I think that the only phrase that truly can showcase what happened on that minute is Osama had to have a hot day, because there's no shot that you're clearing mid lane wave alone without anyone 140 away from the other dragon. Like, there's no reason. There was legitimately no reason to be in that spot. I don't think that there's any reason other than just read. Like, I just simply cannot justify it. And I think that really the game didn't need to go this far. I feel like Nameless had it in the bag at a certain point, but we knew that Diversity had a better late game comp. Like, as long as team fights were involved, if they can get to that spot where the Jinx had 3 items and you can team fight effectively, you win those fights. And we saw it consistently, even without Taric Ultimate. The healing was just so high, the damage was just so high. But then when you lose your hyper carry in that spot of the game, where the Tristana can compete, because Tristana is like, I didn't take out Tristana in the conversation. Tristana was the one of the 2 champions that I thought was going to matter in the late game, but I didn't think that she would get a 1v1 chance against the enemy carry and die and get the kill. Like, I didn't expect that to happen, and that really was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, huge misplay there from Osama. Definitely a WT heck moment. But Nameless Goobers able to take that victory. They
Huge
had
credit to them.
a strong early game. They had a strong mid game, and their vision game was leagues better than Diversity Esports. Steekler Meeseeks, double vision score over Fizzy. Morbius on DVD, I believe, was even with Osama. Random Capitals had 15 vision score over Rambo. Red Milk Tea, almost double vision score over JJ. Like, huge vision score advantages for Goobers, which allowed for them to know exactly when and where they wanted to fight. So, part of the conversation there, maybe what went wrong. Another part of that conversation is Fizzy. These Taric Ultimates, had they dropped the Taric Ultimates maybe sooner in these fights, they might have won them. Was the R button just not there for part of that fight? I don't know.
I feel like it has to be those kind of Flash syndromes, right? Like, it's similar to Flash. You want to hold it to the last possible second to really get the maximum value if you don't need to use it. But Taric is such a ultimate defined champion. Like, his healing and his stuns are good, but Taric is an ultimate value champion. Like, his ultimate changes games legitimately. So you need to understand 100% how to use it, because if not, you're better off just playing a normal healer or a normal engaged champion. It really makes a huge difference how you use your ultimates in Taric, and I think that was lacking on Leo Fizzy. On the other hand, though, I think still Stickler Missing. I feel like they should take a good look at that fight pick, because it was impactful, it found a lot of angles, and I think a huge reason why it was almost impossible for Diversity to have a pretty good vision score was the fear of ever facing the fight. Like, Pike is a champion that just feels so sneaky how he moves around and all that, and he gives you a notice. And I feel like that has such a good effect at making people worry about their lives because they know that it's coming, but they don't know where. I think that that has a mental impact on that as well. So I think that could be an interesting pick potential or ban potential for the next game.
Well, this game was definitely the hypest game that we've seen in the VTS so far. Very close, or could have been closer, but very fun to watch. There's a ton of conversation, a lot of questions that I think everyone wants to ask. We're gonna move straight to the analyst desk. Kevbo, Quintic, Becky, back to you guys.
Thank you, Moose TDS, for that casting that very unexpected victory from Nameless here. You know, I mean, one of us expected it, you know, anyways. But that aside, it's really something we were talking about while we were in the green room was the fact that after we saw the Jarvan, it was like, okay, we know exactly what their comp's gonna do, and they should be very easily able to pick around it. Poppy comes out, it's like, well, that's the end of the game. We know who's gonna win this one. And then, as it turns out, the Poppy just didn't do what they needed it to. And they were not playing well enough around the win conditions of the side of Nameless, so Diversity just kept fumbling fight after fight until they got to the point where Jinx could actually contest, and then the brainworms took over. So, what in the heck?
Yeah, so to me, it was a shame to see the game play out this way because for the first 10 minutes, Diversity did so much right. The point of their composition is to go down 2,000 gold because we know the scaling gap is egregious. Goobers have drafted 2 Snowball, 2 win from their lanes like that. So all you have to do is neutralize that, survive. Don't play for your own advantages, play to deny theirs, right? And I really thought that, like, the jungler for Diversity was doing that very well, taking away camps, like a good avoidant pathing. Until it all came to a head around, like, 12 or so minutes. I said in the green room, like, we have to watch the game from 10 to 15 minutes. That is Goober's opportunity to win the game. And they really did. They had one big explosive team fight here. Seraphine, who had burned her flash prior, when I think she should have just accepted her death on death number 1, ended up caught in the 3-man Jarvan ult. Goober starts snowballing from there. And as you were saying, with the Poppy, who really wasn't doing what she wanted, Poppy can get overwhelmed in a comp like that, but the problem becomes even worse when you're missing almost every ultimate, right? It got to the point where we were shouting like "goal" whenever we see the ultimate pass through 2 people. Right?
No, there were some really good field goals. I think Diversity got a lot of points, but I don't think that actually helped them win the game.
But they were playing for fights, and it just makes no sense to me to watch them play for fights when all they have to do is deny advantages, right? And I think, like, some of the advantages are expected. I think Goobers should get the first 2 Drakes. I think Goobers should find that first Seraphine kill. Like, these are expected advantages, but as we saw, like, from Diversity winning team fights from 11k behind, they just needed to avoid those critical moments, like, at the late laning phase.
Yeah, Kevbo, what are you feeling about it? Oh, I can't really hear you, Kevbo. Sorry.
Huh? Hello?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
You're correct.
I was just saying that I think that they just overforced way too early. You wait until the Jinx has 3 items and then you just win team fights. And instead they were trying to team fight around I think it was the second Drake. They were already trying to team fight Drags. And like Quintic said, like, part of the reason that you pick that comp is to go down. So I just want to see a different draft from them, really. Diversity. That did not seem like a style that fits them well from the way that they played. Especially USA JJ on the Poppy. It felt bad. It felt real bad. I'd love to see them play, I think, anything else after that game 1.
Yeah. Hopefully they they can come back and they can showcase a bit more of what we expect to see from them and what we've seen in their prior wins. But of course, congrats to Nameless. They navigated the comp that they drafted expertly well. It did require diversity to screw up, but they took advantage of that. You know, if your enemy's gonna misplay, you're not gonna let him get away with it because it's polite. You're gonna take advantage of it. And Nameless did exactly that, and that's what they needed to do with that comp. So, very solid game, well, all around from Nameless. We'll have to see what Diversity can do to pull it back around. Just, I guess, real quick, what would you like to see Diversity do? Do you think that comp was fine, or do you think they need to adjust some of their answers?
I think the
Yeah, just
composition
quick.
was fine, but it also requires a very different mindset. And if Nameless are not going to play in, or sorry, if Diversity is not going to play into that mindset, Goobers have demonstrated that they're going to pick up on your mistakes and they're going to punish it and they're going to push the tempo. So if they're not getting into that full control mindset, then I would like to see them gravitate towards something that can scrap earlier, especially in the top side of the map, if they want to keep playing their scaling bot lanes, which I don't think was a problem.
All right.
You always go
Well
to
then.
Quintic first, and he always says exactly what I had thought. So.
I'm gonna start going to you first, Kevo. I'm gonna next time you're first on the board. You're first. You're gonna get your opinion in first, and then we'll see. You know, Quinn's gonna have to adapt.
Like I said though, I think after seeing their game one, I don't think that mental edge is there. I think like we said, the comp was good. It just doesn't really fit, I think, the players' play style. So I'd like to see them play something a little bit more aggressive. The bot lane was fine. They had 2v2 kills. The jungle ganks were great, but I really want to see RJ or USA JJ get on something that they feel more comfortable on in this game too.
Yeah, let's see some comfort. Let's see some better performance. Let's see the series get turned back around. But before we do that, we have to go to a break. When we come back, we'll be in the draft for Game 2. We'll see what both of these rosters have in the tank to either look to close the series out or tie it up, depending on whoever is on the side of the rift that they are looking to draft for. But, you know, we'll see about that after we come back from the break. So thank you for watching and stick around, because it's going to stay action-packed.
And so, you know, that is one of those really tough decisions now that you've got to make. Did he back or did he decide to go for the red buff? They're going to find out right now as we see Morbius on DVD going a little too far forward. Steadfast Presence gets used.
I could see the argument of it being better. Oh.
Hey, we do have to play here. Secret Misi is going to be able to get the hook this time. The Encore is going to land. The stun is going to come through. And Misi definitely big because they had that advantage in the top side of the Rift. They were able to pick up the Rift Herald. But now Secret Misi is trying to be able to get away. A great double stun from Fizzy, though, as Osama is able to take down the Hex Skull. We got a team fight coming in. The Charm's going to land onto Fizzy. Stun does not land on anybody. Fizzy's going to be in trouble. Does not drop the ultimate. And he didn't get it at all. Rambo, though, able to drop a nice encore. Morbius on DVD is still going to try to come through. Going to be able to get another kill with the explosive charge. They've got so many parts. As you have a fight just in the bottom lane. A great cataclysm, though, as Stickler Basic is able to go in for the death from below. Getting a double kill onto Jolene and onto JJ. The knock.
I'll tell you, if you're in a good spot, you're just getting punched like that.
Right, they are a slippery team in the Goobers. Can they get out of this one, though? This is a 4v4. Goobers can be rocked, and that's so much damage from Needlework onto SpongeBob, though. So should be in trouble here. They're trying to be able to get away. He does get it with the skip step, and Rambo's going to be hit in by the bones. Stickler Music very low, but once again, it's yeah, SpongeBob going in, though, is going to be a 5v1 for a second here, as SpongeBob is going to go gold to the Encore, who's going to land on to the Ari, who's going to be able to utilize this Beer Rush to get away. SpongeBob will die. Stickler Music will go down as Morbius on DVD. Going to try to go for it. That's going to be a double kill for the Jinx. Morbius on DVD. The next target, a triple kill for Osama. He is not even going to be able to get into the pit. Trying to be able to find it. Going to try to get Stickler Music. Who gets it? As if we get to see the Guardian Angel get used by Stickler Music, going to be able to get away. Who will get the Baron? The Baron almost out of health and will go over to Nameless Goobers. Stickler Music is going to try to be able to pick up a kill there as a Cataclysm is going to drop. Here's you. Red Milk Tea is going to be low. As SpongeBob goes forward, it's going to be a little bit of damage now on Red Capital as BJ is going to fall. Oh, he's going to die. And it's a shoot! So you know that is one of those really tough decisions now that you've got to make. Digging back, or did he decide to go for the red buff? They're going to find out right now. As we see Morbius on DVD going a little too far forward, Steadfast Presence gets used. Play here, see the BC could be able to get the hook this time. The Encore is going to land. The stun is going to come through. And BC they were able to pick up the rip barrel. But now Sequel and BC trying to be able to get away. A great double stun from Fizzy though, as Osama is able to take down the Hex goal. We got a team fight coming in as the charm's gonna land on Fizzy. Stun does not land on anybody. Fizzy's gonna be in trouble. Does not drop the ultimate, and he didn't get it at all. Rambo though, able to drop a nice encore. Morbius on DVD is still gonna try to come through. Gonna be able to get another kill with the explosive charge. As we'll have a fight in the bottom lane. A great cataclysm though, as Six Amazing is able to go into the death below, getting a double kill on a Jolini and on a JJ. The knock. Right, they are a slippery team with Goobers, and they get out of this one. At least they 4v4. Goobers can be rocked, and that's so much damage from Needlework on the SpongeBob though. Should be able to couple here. Trying to be able to get away. Does get it. Rambo can be hit in by the most of the Slicker using very low once again. And while going into it, five for a second here, and SpongeBob is going to go over the Encore. We're going to land on to the Ari, who's going to be able to utilize the Spirit Rush to get away. SpongeBob will die. Stickler and Mazik will go down. As Morbius on DVD, going to try to go for it. That's going to be a double kill for the Jinx. Morbius on DVD. The next target, a triple kill for Osama, is not even going to be able to get into the pit. Trying to be able to find it. Gonna try to skid stick for BC. Who gets it? As it gets started, find it for BC. Gonna be able to get away. Who gets the Baron? The Baron almost out of health and will go over to Nameless Goobers. Stick for BC. He's gonna try to get the pick up a kill there as the Cataclysm is gonna drop. Here's Cataclysm in. Red Bull is going to be low. SpongeBob goes forward. He's gonna get a little bit of damage now on Red Capital as JJ is gonna fall. Oh, he's gonna die. And it's a shoot! So you know that is one of those really tough decisions now that you've got to make. Digging back, or did he decide to go for the red buff? They're going to find out right now. As we see Morbius on DVD going a little too far forward, Steadfast Presence gets used.
You can see the argument of it being better.
Okay, we do up play here. Secret BC is going to be able to get the hook this time. The Encore is going to land. The stun is going to come through. And BC definitely big because they had that advantage in the top side of the grid. They were able to pick up the grid arrow. All right, everybody, welcome back. We've got game number 2 here. Diversity Esports currently 1 down against Nameless Goobers in this week 3 matchup of the VTS. And an opportunity for the Goobers to potentially take this sweep 2-0. Diversity has made the decision to switch sides, and they're going over to the blue side here in game 2. TDS, we've had a lot of conversation within the analyst desk talking about Diversity, talking about Nameless Goobers. Do you think that maybe the Pyke is a bannable champion still here?
I think it is, but first of all, I want to know if they banned something or not, because they... Oh, okay, so it was a mistake. We're going to go soon into it. Perfectly fine. But yeah, I'm thinking Pyke is a problem. Not necessarily because the champion is broken or anything like that, but it was shown that the support player from Nameless, Stigl Macy, can play the champion effectively, and a lot of the vision control they got was thanks to the champion moving around as effectively. So I feel like at least considering it wouldn't be a bad option for Diversity, but I think that their plan wasn't necessarily bad. Like, if you can play this draft like they had in the first game, I think that it's commendable to try and pull it up once again. But if not, I think that they should try to be more aggressive, and in that sense, banning the Pyke away, I don't think that really plays to your strengths, because if you want to play aggressive, you're fine with the Pyke being there, because Pyke is an aggressive champion, so you can butt heads and be the better player and win against it.
Exactly. Yeah, I think, that does make sense here. It doesn't look like the Pyke is what Diversity Esports saw as the problem. They instead are banning out. Yeah, they're instead banning out the Twitch, the Ari, and the J4. So, not allowing for Goobers to play the same style of composition that they had in game 1. But like we said, we just saw one particular style of composition for Nameless Goobers. They could have something else completely up their sleeve here moving into game 2. And I'm curious to see now, with knowing that that is the way that they want to ban things out, how they decide to go with their R1, R2 picks. They have stuck with the bans that they had with the Misfortune, the Gangplank, the Gragas. And now they get to see what Jolini or what Diversity Esports is going to pick here in B1. It is the Hackerim that is coming
It was,
up.
man.
It's here.
I'm honestly liking already the way that this draft is looking. I've seen people talking about Hecarim now, the new Hecarim being a much more, or still being strong in the jungle, but has the potential to be a flex in the top lane. So I'm kind of excited to see if it actually falls into that spot. I'd be interested in seeing if they can actually flex it around. But Hecarim is still in a really good position. Taking away the Yuumi on the side of Nameless, that was something that I was thinking about, because Yuumi Hecarim can be quite strong, but Yuumi Lulu, Hecarim Lulu can also be strong, or Hecarim Karma. So I think that there's still options for Diversity to opt into other enchanters. I think that for Nameless now, they need a pretty strong hyper carry to pair up with the Yuumi or Ezreal that we were talking about, right? The Ezreal being buffed in this patch could be a pretty good useful champion to pair up with the Yuumi, and you can play it up really effectively. Okay, it's a Sivir.
Okay, Sivir does work because it is Sivir plus an enchanter. That's usually very
True.
well. Does work out very well in most circumstances. But the Yuumi is going to get very little effect with the Sivir if you are just on the Sivir as a whole. So we are looking for champions that Goobers can utilize to get Stickler Meeseeks into the best positions possible. The Gwen is still available, which would be a decent tie-in with the Yuumi. You could also potentially still go for something like the Pike here if you wanted to play very spicy and go for some weird lane positions, anything like that. But regardless of that, there are still options that are available for Goobers, but we are still looking for a way for them to get into the front line a little bit better so that that final chapter can be used more effectively. The Graves has now come on display, and looking at your three champions here, TDS, we are looking at a composition that Goobers wants to scale up into the late game.
So far, at least, yeah, they want to try and play it off a little bit longer. They want to farm. They want to get to 2.5, 3 items to try and be as strong as possible. And they are playing to what Diversity also wants, because yes, Hecarim may be a little bit more aggressive when he gets that first item, but he doesn't want to have a lot of action early game. Like, he wants to reach level 6, he wants to reach first item. So that gives already quite a bit of time for Nameless to really achieve quite a bit. And then I really like the Seraphine ban, because I feel like Seraphine, if you're not going to play it against something like what Diversity has drafted, especially with your idea of trying to buy yourself a little bit of time to scale, could be dangerous, because double healing Hecarim can be a pretty big menace, with or without Yuumi. So I like the idea of what they banned here. And then top lane focus, quite interesting, quite exciting, because now there are still quite a bit of options for the top laners. It's going to be Ornn though. Like, I know why, but when I saw the bans from Gwen Aatrox, I was getting excited for nothing.
No, it's R4 Ornn. What more can
It
you
is more.
expect? It is the Season 12 classic. You pick up Ornn and R4, and it just fits into these compositions really, really well. I think that now we are looking at a potentially very strong hyperscaling APC in the mid lane. Maybe even, as we do have some pretty decent ultimates here, maybe a Sylas coming through in the mid lane.
He
Would
was
give you a
nerfed.
bit of front line. Nerfed or not, we might be needing it.
Just to put it out, right? Just in case, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have to see what they do decide to go for. The TF is also something that is available here, but you're looking at a composition right now that isn't going to win in the first 10 to 15 minutes, right? Like, they're going to have trouble being able to pick up those early neutral objectives, especially up against a Hecarim, considering that you have a Sivir, Graves, Yuumi in this composition. So I'm curious now what they do decide to go up with here in the mid lane. The Vigar is going to be the response, thinking maybe that they are going with a hyperscaler. Let's see what they decide to go for.
So I will take your Sylas pick and save from Nameless now, because there's, like, in the same vein, a lot of great ultimates on the side of Diversity to steal. Other options could be okay, I was not thinking Swain. I was thinking maybe Syndra to have the Scatter the Weak, which is a pretty good tool to disengage against some of these champions, and or the Azir could be a good option even if he was there. I think those are the ones that I would think about. Maybe Oriana as well, because some of these champions would like to try and rush into you, so having Shockwave could be a good option. But enough talking about champions that are not here. We need to talk about the Swain. I think the Swain, a pretty strong team fighting champion, responds to what Nameless have drafted as well as does play into what Diversity wants because that's also team fighting. I'm not sure how effective or how great it will be against something like a Veigar because Event Horizon is such a good tool to deny champions that wanna go into you in team fights. But I feel like his survivability may really pay off, especially with a Yumi on top or something like that. So I'm really not sure who I incline more into, if I'm honest, with compositions. I think that maybe Diversity because they have eternal scaling in their favor, but it's really going to fall into who team fights better this game and who gets first into objectives. I think that's another pretty important thing for this game.
Yeah, I think that what worries me here about Goober's composition right now, and I'm gonna say it again because I think that it is such an important factor here, is that they are not a composition in the early game. They're just not going to be able to contest any of these skirmishes. They're not going to be able to find early picks. Maybe Morbius on DVD or maybe Random Capital is able to get a solo kill, but I don't expect SpongeBob to be able to find a play against Jolini against this Sejuani. So it's a little bit of a role reversal here that we're seeing in game 2, where Nameless Goobers is looking to be able to get to the late game, is looking to be able to not give advantages over in the first 15 minutes. And Diversity, you've got this Hecarim that once you hit level 3, once you hit level 4, you're gonna start to be able to be a menace here in these lanes. Every single one of your lanes has a way to lock down their lane opponent. So if you are Diversity Esports here, I think you need to find something valuable in the early stages of the game.
I feel like I understand it, and I do agree that maybe there's something that you have to try and get done early on to try and just settle yourself in a good spot in the game. I think mainly, especially for confidence as well, because of what happened in the previous game, but playing a similar style of composition. But at the same time, I feel like if they really don't do anything, if they still neutral, let's say a first blood at 15 minutes for either team, it's really not going to affect how I expect to see the game because I feel like it's going to devolve into a team fight for objective situation. They don't have a lot of tools to try and make a lot of things happen. Not even a lot of champions to take advantage of. Because even if Hecarim runs into the, let's say, Sivir at minute 6 with level 5, I think around that time you would have level 5 or close to level 6, I don't think you even get the kill at that point, even with all that taken into account. So I feel like it's really hard to take a huge advantage in early game and then play with that.
Fair enough. I'm gonna ask you again, TDS. We're now 0 for 5.
We need to hit 1. We have to hit 1 at least.
We have to hit 1 correctly. What is going to be your Dragon Soul prediction here for game 2?
I'm going to go towards that side. Let's go Mountain.
Mountain?
I believe. I'll believe in the rocks.
I'm going to stick with my guns. I'm going to go with Cloud. I'm doing it. I'm going with Cloud Rift. It's going to happen. One of us is finally gonna get a prediction correct. You know,
it's always
if we don't get this one now, we're gonna have to come up with some weird, side bet or something to figure out who gets the first dragon prediction correct. Between the two of us, we'll figure it out. But we'll see if maybe one of us is correct this game. We're gonna take a quick break, and when we return, game number 2 will commence between Diversity Esports and Nameless Goobers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the VTS. We've got game 2 now underway, and the beginning of potentially a first blood as Red Milk Tea is going to
He has to
potentially be in
flash.
trouble. He's going to be able to dash
Oh.
away. Does he survive? Woo-hoo-hoo! Very close.
Not
Oh,
even
some-
close. Not even close. Nothing was going to happen. I believed 100% on Red Milk Tea, and he survived. I'm surprised he didn't have the worry or the trigger finger to just immediately flash out when he saw what happened. But really nicely played. And no, nothing even gets done into him apart from that work inside of the jungle. But he really should expect that anyway at this point. So it really shouldn't be that bad for him.
I think,
I
you know,
think.
he is able to get back pretty much immediately. I think he actually
Yeah.
gets there in time, so good on him to be able to make it happen. The only, downside of all of that is the fact that he is unable to get any wards into the side of JJ's jungle. And there's a ward on the Raptors, and there's an award on the blue buff, I believe. So Diversity able to get what they need to in the early game. They will know exactly where Red Milk Tea is at for the first couple of minutes of this game.
100%. Vision is completely and 100% in favor of the side of Diversity, thanks to what they were able to achieve onto Red Milk Tea. But he immediately goes over the fact of going for the birds, opting immediately for the blue buff. I kind of like this decision here. First of all, because he saw that the bot lane was a little late on the play, so that means that there should be a space. But also because this doesn't mean that they are opting into trying to run away or going over towards stealing the jungle. Like this could mean that he's just going for Crocs or maybe taking an alternating path, which means that he has enough time to steal this, and then maybe yes, his blue buff may get stolen, but he's going to be a 1-for-1 all in all.
Yeah, and he gets there sooner. He's then, he knows once he has vision on the blue
Exactly.
buff, that he will also then be able to pick up the wolves. So he does get a full clear. So it is a little bit of vertical jungling from both teams. And now the real question now is, what does Diversity Esports do with this information? Do they know now that Red Milk Tea is on the top side of the rift, right? The Gromp is still up. The wolves are probably still up. Now, does JJ get the gank on the bottom side of the rift? Does he get the gank in the mid lane to accelerate the game state for Diversity even further?
in the bot lane feels like it's really hard because looking at the wave state right now, it's getting pushed. They knew that Nameless knows that the Hecarim is on the bot side because there's a ward on the pixel bush of the bottom side, so they know that the Hecarim is down there. And I think that with this push, it's going to be almost impossible to be able to get punished effectively. Ooh.
Zerg is
You're
gonna
dead.
be in trouble. For Meeseeks coming through
Where
is
are
gonna
you,
try
me
as
dude?
he is on DPD, trying to pick up a kill, not gonna be able to do so, but the cavalry has arrived. Red Milk Tea is gonna come through along with Random Capital, so this could potentially be a big play for Nameless Goobers if they are able to find it. Osama's going to be the first target. Red Milk Tea will pick up that one. Nice flash to get away from the Abyssal Dive. Random Capital's very low though.
Did you
Red
get too
Milk
much
Tea
damage?
extremely low. JJ with the buffs to his Q is dealing tons of damage, and Random Capitals cannot keep
this game.
the Sivir alive. The flash comes out, and it's a huge turnaround for Diversity.
You know what this was? This is changes
Oh.
to Hecarim
Oh.
on the patch. Ooh. Oh my God.
Okay, Random Capitals is gonna go down, and now JJ may be in trouble here. No, he'll be able to back away, but oh man, Fizzy, what the heck?
He was feeling a little bit too aggressive on that play, to say the least, diving onto his dad. Ends up paying the price. You're not Fizz, so you really shouldn't try and pull off this kind of plays when you don't have invulnerability for the turret. Oh, Osama.
Osama?
Oh
Way
no,
too
Osama.
far forward. What the heck is happening in this bottom lane?
So you remember that I told you that there was not going to be first blood super early? I eat my words. Because certainly these teams want to fight. Even if it doesn't make sense, they want to make it happen. Jungler's coming topside. We're going to see another fight.
Yeah, SpongeBob gonna flash the word as Red Milk Tea is gonna come through. Nice pillow threat. Huge
Oh, look at
knockouts
him.
there, and Red Milk Tea is gonna be able to take down JJ. SpongeBob survives, and Red Milk Tea is gonna pick up a double kill on this Graves.
Let me ask you, Moose, what's a bored lady and a horse without a real weapon to a hammer god? Because the Ornn is just so much stronger, survives, perfect time on the W, doesn't allow for anything bad to happen to him. He is able to run away, gets the 2 kills onto the Graves, the best target to get those kills into, and now he's ahead of the Hecarim. I was going to mention how Hecarim just essentially outlived them thanks to the buffs, but the buffs are not enough to go over the Ornn and the Graves. Look at that gold difference. So much more in favor of Nameless.
My goodness, you know,
Great work
and
production.
unfortunately, there with Random Capitals being at 2.6k gold, like Random Capitals was given that gold on a silver platter
True.
thanks to this bottom lane. Osama and Fizzy just giving their lives away over to Random Capitals and Morbius on DVD. It's such a big error there, but now we're going to see even more kills coming through. Stickler BC is not going to have any sort of defense, but he will be able to get under tower, and now this is a 3v3. Osama getting hit by that boomerang is going to potentially be in trouble. Morbius on DVD, a target now as well.
Morbius is
The
fine.
boomerangs are going to drop. USA JJ is going to come through. Fizzy is going to get hit by the blast cone, and now potentially in trouble as the route does not go the right direction, so everyone gets to walk away, and the clown fiesta continues.
Random Capitals messing up the E there, but nobody dies. For Nameless, this is still a pretty good thing because they didn't lose anything. They're still ahead in gold, and this Sivir is just slowly doing their thing. Like, she's in such a good spot. Same for the Graves. Like, look at Graves and the Ornn as well, alone on the top side, able to push the wave. It's just so positive for Nameless so far. And I wanted to mention, because you did bring the fact that Random Capitals essentially got the gold given to him in a Silver Predator, right? And thanks to that, the advantage that the Baker was able to get in the mid lane alone, because he was alone pushing waves. He got that advantage, and it essentially meant nothing because of what happened. But
Hey, I gotta ask you,
Yeah.
what's going on with Rambo here in the top lane? Teleport used to get to the top lane, now up against SpongeBob as the Ornn. I feel like Ornn still wins that 1v1, but now can he win a 2v1? He's gonna get hit by everything. He's not gonna be able to hit by the Call of the Forge God. So I guess that answers my question. Rambo wins the 1v1.
well, do we truthfully call this a 1v1?
No, but
So junglers are supposed to be our helpers, right? So it's a 1v1 with your little mascot, essentially.
right. Right, and when your mascot's a big horsey man, it definitely helps out for sure.
Bigger is an evil. If I'm not wrong, he's an evil lord or something like that. So he has to have the money to have a horse as a pet at least. I
Yeah,
expect that.
yeah, Hecarim is head goon for sure. Head goon for sure. As the Mountain Drake is taken by Goobers, the Rift Herald trying to get taken here, and it will get taken by JJ. We'll be able to get away from that one. So it is a trade out of neutral objectives. But overall,
Wait,
a
I'm wrong. No,
what?
I just
Oh,
realized that I'm wrong now with that dragon.
you are wrong with the dragon.
Oh.
Once again, as we see Stickler Meeseeks, gonna take a little bit of damage here. Nice avoiding on the tongue lash. Morbius on DVD, not quite level 6 yet, so can't go in for the on the hunt. The trading is gonna continue. It's a Cole and a Noon Quiver versus 2 long swords for Osama. So you are looking at a big advantage for Morbius on DVD in terms of damage output.
And truthfully, he's doing quite well now. Little Fizzy does deal quite a bit of damage, even though you don't expect it coming, right? But wait, does he have? Was that 31 or 3 souls? Because okay, I'm glad I'm blind. Yeah.
Okay.
It's engaged.
The play hasn't started there, as Morbius on DVD, now level 6. On the hunt has not been used, but final chapter will root down Fizzy and will force them to back away. They did pick up
That is an
a
interesting
turret
decision.
plate. Okay.
Please, let's force it. Let's make it happen. I know.
They are. They're gonna force it. It's gonna become a play here on the top side, on the bottom side here. Let's see what they're gonna do. Morbius on DVD. Gonna get knocked up, and that's gonna be the initiation of the fight. A nice devour. Morbius on DVD will go down. And I don't know what Nameless was thinking there.
They wanted to be the baiters, and they got baited instead. And it was a pretty good play from Fizzy particularly, much more so than anyone else. I think that the idea from Nameless wasn't bad necessarily trying to bait something out, but as the Siever, you have to be ready for the flash in from the Temp Gauge, because you got every stack on top of you. Ooh, random capitals, he's fine. But you got every stack on top of you, so you have to be at least 50% sure that there's a chance that the Temp Gauge can flash on top of you, especially with the power. And you end up paying the price as the Siever. Really good play.
Yeah, very nicely done there. The gold is going to go over to Osama as well. So you do get a little bit there for this Senna that was starting to fall behind here. They are now back to a very even gold count. Umbral Glaive unlocked. Red Milk Tea going to potentially be in trouble here. Going to get hit by the Event Horizon right as it dissipates. Nicely done.
Has to flash. Like, Red Milk Tea has no choice there. You cannot wait it out. Morbius.
Okay, Dawning Shadow.
He's dead. He's dead.
Nice avoidance of the root there using the spell shield.
Oh, he didn't commit.
Yeah, he's not committing to the Dawning Shadows. Onslaught of Shadows, though, is ready. Let's see if they try to go for it. They do not. So, yeah, just the game will continue. We are back to an even gold game.
So, not gonna lie, I'm actually disappointed in Hecarim in this play.
Okay, Dawning
Okay,
Shadows finally gonna get used. Sama will get it. Why were you disappointed in Hecarim?
Because he should have done that at the start. No, I feel like that is a play that you pull off at the start, but they are still getting the advantage. I think Nameless, they are suffering from the same things that Diversity suffered off in the previous game, and it's not understanding that you don't go for these sort of situations. Like, the game was completely and perfectly fine if you don't go for that beating weight, if you don't go for the kill. That is such a good promo for us by Jolini.
Wow, but SpongeBob, though, is still sticking on Jolini. Jolini is going to be down to about a quarter HP. Also, 3 turret plates taken by SpongeBob here in the top lane. I think doing exactly what they need to do, the highest experienced player on this map.
Putting the pressure when he needs to, and this is something that we don't typically see with Ornn, right? Like, even though Ornn is a champion that benefits so much from the experience, he doesn't typically win lanes. So wait.
Okay, we're not done yet. SpongeBob is going to try to go in, is going to get hit by the stun. Flashing forward, going to be able to get the knock up, maybe.
The auto attack.
He wants it! Ah! Jolini! Jolini gets the slow just enough to pick up that kill.
I'm just speechless that we didn't see the Ornn actually get the kill there, but he just this doesn't get enough distance to get the kill. Really nicely played by Yolini to deny the kill potential, and that's where the ignite value comes in, right? Like you have the ignite, so you have better chances at killing someone than that someone has at killing you. Really nicely played. And now with this dragon spawning, there is no teleport on either top laners, but Jolini will be there for the play, so there's no chance that it gets contested.
Okay, all right. Final chapter is
I
going
think
to
we
get
can get
used.
this.
Root is going to land. And JJ is going to be able to pick up Meeseeks, but it is going to be a 1-4-2.
no.
No, not yet. It's going to be random.
don't get it.
Capitals trying to be able to pick up a kill here, trying to find a root, trying to find a
They don't
play.
get it.
Going to go golden. Oh my god. Nameless Goer
Yeah,
is just
this game is not
completely
good.
disastrous play there. JJ doesn't go down, and it's a 3-0. Dragon also secured for Diversity Esports.
So Hecarim was left open this time. Guess what is happening with that Hecarim? It's destroying people. And now Ornn may die. Yeah, Ornn is dead.
Yeah,
there's no
Ornn
chance.
is going to come through as well. And what do you know? I picked up the correct dragon this time. It is a Cloud Drake here in game
This-
2. I'm on the board.
Finally. At least one of us is there, so I'm not going to complain. That believing on the Cloud Dragon finally paid off. What is not paying off for believing is believing that every fight can be taken, and Nameless is paying the price. Like they're really playing like Diversity was playing the previous game, taking fights for the sake of taking fights. And when they are playing this kind of composition that is reliant on having items and having strong members on important items, they're not going to win it out, and they're paying the price for their bad decision making. I was trying to think of a better word.
Yeah, I mean, what was interesting, like, you know, we knew going into this draft that Nameless does not need to win in the early game. They do not need to try to go and force fights, but they have forced fights. And that is exactly what Diversity Esports was looking for. They are now about 3.5k gold in the lead. They picked up 3 out of the 4 neutral objectives before the start, before the 20-minute mark. They might actually be able to pick up 4 neutral objectives if they are able to get to that Cloud Drake before that 20-minute mark. So just overall, a really solid performance from Diversity in the early game, kind of handed to Nameless, or kind of handed to them by Nameless Esports here a little bit because of their over-aggression, and they might give up another kill again as the Onslaught of Shadows is ready. SpongeBob is not going to have enough damage to be able to get through Jolini, and USA JJ was going to go on a killing spree, giving level 11 to both the top laner and the jungler.
Yeah, sadly for Nameless, they are fighting against a fed Hecarim that is now stronger than he was previously. So that is going to be a horse that will deal quite a lot of damage, and it's not going to be easy to go against him. Coming in now for another potential gank, doesn't get into spot, but I don't think that there's anyone that can fight him at this point. Like that, his W is super effective.
It is a 2v2. JJ going in for the devastating charge. The event horizon also does not land.
They really want to
Red
fight
Milk
this.
Tea
So
is
next
moving
year-
in. This is going to be potentially a 2v3 situation as the root's
Red
going to land on Red
Milk.
Milk Tea. He's trying to be able to get away, but the collateral damage does not get him the dash that he was looking for.
dead.
Red
Oh,
Milk
easy,
Tea is able to
actually.
get away. Nice flash from Red Milk Tea and a shutdown going over to Morbius on DVD. And now the fight continues. Red Milk Tea is going to go in. He's going to get devoured and is going to get hit by the event horizon. He will go down as the Ornhorn is going to land then on to the Vigar. The Abyssal Dive is not fast enough, and Fizzy will go down. SpongeBob will pick up that kill. Random Capitals going to be very low. Is going to be able to walk away. The Everfrost is going to land on to Stickler Meeseeks. Ramblers on a rampage. And meanwhile, the entire time, Jolini on the top side of the rift picks up the first third of the game.
So not gonna lie, at least Yumi dies. I'm kind of glad that that happened like that, but it's so damning for Nameless. And we have a replay to showcase the fight, how it went down. A lot of forcing. We didn't see the start of it, but they were able to segregate the Hecarim in such a good spot. Red Milk Tea doesn't die at the start, which is a pretty important thing because he's dealing quite a bit of damage. But you have so much setup. I think in this fight we saw 3 event horizons. Rambo really was able to get so much done, and then they overcommitted for this sort of play. Ozama was dealing so much damage whilst healing so effectively, and then there was no real answer from the side of Nameless. Really nice that they killed the Yumi here, and then they get the turret as well. All in all, it felt like a pretty competitive fight, but we do have to consider that there was no such one here. Oh, no,
SpongeBob able to get away from the onslaught
Good
of
flash.
shadows, takes to a flash, but he will not get away from the glacial prison. He's gonna get slowed. He's gonna try to get away using the
think
headbutt,
he's
and
right.
he does
Oh,
for the
he's
time
not.
being. But he will go down. JJ is gonna be able to pick up that kill. Morbius on DVD, also low, able to get a little bit of damage with that boomerang. Does
Sigurd,
JJ
no.
get out? He does. But will Red
we have
Red
to
Milk
stand.
Tea get out? No. Osama on a rampage.
Yeah, Baker really has been the pick, and in comparison, Sween has not felt like that. Like one fight, the only fight that has find value was the previous one. They can push here towards Inhibitor, by the way, with this Herald.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get an and one with Shelly, maybe even an and two here with Shelly
this, really.
with this play. And
don't
they
think they can.
will. Very nicely done from
Oh, they
Shelly.
get traded.
Putting in some work here. Yes, they don't get the tower, but they get so much mid lane structure damage.
It's 3 mid lane turrets and 2 kills because they did kill both the Ornn and the Swain and the Grey. Sorry. So they got so much value, and now they can rotate for Dragon. They are playing the game really well this time around, playing it slowly but surely. They are not going to get collapsed on, so I think that there's nothing to worry about for Nameless. But this is still a tough spot.
Yeah, Call of Fortress gonna get used. Fizzy's going to get knocked up, gonna get stunned. And a nice knockup in from SpongeBob, though. Gonna be able to get a knockup in onto Osama and onto Jolini. Jolini's gonna be the next target. And Stickler Meeseeks will take down the Sejuani. That is 2 going down. And the Dragon is now up to grabs for Nameless Goobers. Can they get it, though? Event Horizon is available for Rambo. Onslaught of Shadows is available for JJ. The Event Horizon does not land, but the Everfrost does. Huge Event Horizon and a huge Onslaught of Shadows. That's going to be able to give 1 kill over to Rambo, who's now unstoppable. Morbius on DVD is able to barely survive, getting the healing from the Yumi as well. Rambo and Osama are going to try to continue to move forward as JJ is going to smite to pick up a little bit of health, and maybe going to come back on the way. Red Milk Tea is going to be able to take the Dragon, and that is an objective bounty for Nameless Goobers. They pick up 2 kills for 1, and they get the Dragon.
And they have to thank God or anything that they believe in for the Veigar not destroying them. Because at this point, Veigar is essentially worth 3 champions. Like, he single-handedly almost carries that fight. And that is one of the main things that we can talk about. I'm not sure if we have a replay or not, but for the in that fight, particularly the main thing to notice is that this fight goes really, oh, we're going into the Dragon. But the important part is that the champion that does the most damage is the Veigar. And he wasn't a part of at the start. But here, when you are able to play with that Onslaught of Shadows, and then the Veigar in position, he just deals so much damage. Like, Morbius was out of the fight before he could even do anything, thanks to this Veigar.
Yeah, huge play there from Rambo. The Primordial Burst just barely not enough to be able to pick up that kill, but you can already see the damage coming in as we get a fight here in the top lane. Red Milk Tea can use the left to try to get away, but it's not going to matter. Rambo picking up another one using that Primordial Burst.
And this is now opportunity for Baron. Like, there's no jungler, there's no chance to stop this. They did commit quite a bit of ultimate, so maybe there's something that they can do with the Swain, but there's no flash on the Swain either, so maybe they cannot force it.
Okay, Osama gonna get slowed. SpongeBob is gonna get a little extra movement speed to move away. This is a 4v5 situation.
They cannot fight this.
And they do it. On the Hunt is ready. And we got SpongeBob trying to go in. A great Event Horizon from Rambo. It's huge. But do they get it? They will lose 1. Will they lose any more? As Morbius on DVD is trying to be able to do what damage he can. Rambo's is going to go down. SpongeBob is going to die. And yes, Rambo goes down. Yes, Jolini dies. But it's a triple kill for Osama.
And we have a pretty good look at how that fight went. Even though we pretty much have it everything answered for us, this was such a good fight coming in from the side of Diversity. Like you were pointing out, yes, Rumble may die, but everyone else on the side of Nameless essentially got damaged by the Senna. The Senna did so much damage in this fight. Rambo dies, perfect position of the Event Horizon. I think that the idea of the fight is not necessarily bad, but first of all, Random Capitals cannot die like he did in that situation. He dies without achieving anything with his ultimate. And then Morbius is also focused to death. Like, Morbius cannot do anything, cannot accomplish anything. Oh, Grace is dead. Yeah, I'm not believing anymore. I'm losing my belief on Nameless this game because they are getting just simply outdone in a lot of these situations.
I mean, I agree. You know, 85 stacks on Senna, almost 300 AP on Rambo with that phenomenal evil. 6-1 and 7, 8-2 and 11. Looking at those two together, 14, 3, and 18 as a unit for this Senna and Vigar. They are going to completely win out in this late game in terms of scaling. I don't care how much health the Random Capitals gets. It doesn't matter when you're up against a maximum infinite AP. Regardless of that, though, Nameless Goobers are still holding on to all of their inhibitor turrets. They have all of their base structures alive, although they are under siege. Red Milk Tea is going to try to do what they can, but he's only level 12 comparatively to level 14 from JJ. The root is not going to land onto either Jolini or JJ. That final chapter does nothing for the Goobers as the Call of the Forge is going to come in. Red Milk Tea is going to get stunned by the Glacial Prison. Rambo's going to get targeted, and Random Capital is going to be able to pick up that kill. Morbius on DVD is going to get targeted, but he's going to get shielded. He survives for a long time there, and Random Capital is able to get a huge shutdown onto Osama. Big plays here for Nameless Goobers, but can they get any more? As they see, they got Fizzy now very low, going to try to be able to get away. He does not. Random Capitals picks up another kill. The inhibitor goes down, but 1,000 gold again into the Swain's pockets.
I love that Hecarim is running to try and get the turret, and he accomplishes it. With the Baron Ball, they are able to take that top-lane turret. Pretty good shutdowns that go into Random Capitals, but the problem is that we're seeing how in those fights, even though there is a pretty good commitment onto Rambo or one of these important targets, and they die, the damage is still done onto Nameless. Like, Silver dies, they lose Red Milk Tea as well, so it's not like they can really accomplish a good team fight in their favor because they are not getting a huge advantage out of that. Like, they win, but their win is not high enough that it matters as much.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the total Baron power play there for Diversity, they were able to get an extra 2,000 gold into their advantage thanks to it. They are now 8,000 gold in the lead. It is teetering on the edge of unmanageable against the Goobers as Red Milk Tea is going to get targeted once again. That Onslaught of Shadows has done so much damage against the Goobers, and Diversity Esports is now looking to pick up that dragon.
Not gonna lie, and I think this is the first time this series that I've seen this, but I hate so much the build that Red Milk Tea opted for this game. I honestly think that he should have gone for more damage instead of just the Gourd Drinker one. Like, I know that is good survival and it allows for you to go closer, but I don't think it was this game, especially against a Veigar. Like, you're not going to play well enough into a Veigar when you depend on being close range.
And now it feels like, you know, all the eyes are on Random Capitals right now as they play. Like, you know, 4, 2, and 9 is a decent stat line. 3 items is the big development, though, picking up the Zhonya's Hourglass that did just get a massive nerf. It's now 3,000 gold comparatively to 2,600. The only, I mean, I don't think in this particular situation, Random Capitals would have done more with it being 2,600 gold, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, Red Milk Tea needed to farm up. He needs to be a lot more powerful than he is right now, and he just unfortunately isn't. He doesn't have his Black Cleaver unlocked. He's got an Umbral Glaive and a Gore Drinker. He's not really super effective right now, and Diversity Esports have a 3.5, almost 4 item build Hecarim in JJ, who's 3 levels ahead as well. Definitely not feeling like Red Milk Tea picked the right jungler for this situation.
Yeah, it's really a pretty big contrast to what we saw in the previous game, and he's playing in a similar manner to how we saw in the previous game. So it really encapsulates. This game feels like it's encapsulated into Nameless facing the same issue that Diversity faced in how they are playing the game out. And you have to give credit in this regard for Diversity because they opted for a similar comp, but their play style in the early stages was much more according to how they could face those situations, because they didn't force plays to happen, but when they needed to answer, they answered accordingly. And I think that that's a pretty good step in the right direction, in the right direction in that regard.
I mean, yeah, very good execution here, I think, from Diversity in the early game. They now have to close this game out, and at a 9,000 gold advantage, that is definitely possible. I want to, you know, avert your gaze from the Stickler Meeseeks build. I'm a little questioning this Leandries. I don't
That's cool.
understand it. I don't understand it here, but I don't even know if we're gonna have an opportunity to talk about it because Baron has now been started.
Here's the Veigar. That is such a good stun.
Oh my god.
That's a tank, by the way.
SpongeBob is going to be down for a ton of HP as now we get to see what this Random Capitals can do. He's able to pick up one. He's going to be unstoppable.
Oh,
He's going to take down Golini. Random Capitals is still alive. He's trying to shield. He's trying to heal, but he will die. And the stun is going to land in on Stickler Meeseeks, who will go down as well. Red Milk Tea is going to try to get away. He's going to flash. Pizzy's going to flash as well. He'll die to Osama.
This is it.
And now Morbius on DVD trying to get away from the super minions. He'll be able to get away,
fine.
but that is probably GG, and Diversity Esports will even out this series.
True. Morbius is fine, but the Nexus is not going to be fine. And yeah, the game just feels so wrong in so many levels for Nameless, but so well for Diversity. Really nice turnaround that they are able to get. Morbius dies at the end.
Oh, wait a
nice.
second. Wait a second. Morbius on DVD is still alive. Is going to be able to die. Okay. Never mind.
Okay,
Never mind. He almost... That looked almost cool for Morbius on DVD, but much like the actual movie Morbius, lets down at the very end.
I'm glad I haven't watched it, so I'm not going to say much about that, but yeah.
It's anticlimactic to say the least. Diversity Esports still finishes the job and takes the game and will even out the series 1-1. Goobers, I mean, kind of made an oof moment there. Every single one of their lanes. Oh, late game oriented. You needed a jungler. I feel like Goobers needed a jungler that could have facilitated some of that early game aggression that they were trying to go for, but a Graves doesn't do that.
And yeah, the problem with the Graves is that if you're going to play Graves, right, you either play it to try and carry, or you understand the situation that you're into. And the problem is that you cannot play Gore Drinker Graves, a kind of build that requires you to go in close proximity when you're playing against a Veigar. Like, I already felt like the Swain was overkill in that regard, because Swain was going to need to forcefully flash into position, but at least he goes for Sunjans, and he has ways to heal himself back. But Graves wants to deal damage. He wants to be able to burst certain champions. I'm fine if you opted into a glass cannon kind of build where you burst out certain champions, and then you're able to, yes, they kill you, but you can kill them as quick in the same kind of situation. But in this kind of situation, it just feels impossible. If it was going to be for that, I would have preferred that they opted for something like a Sejuani or something like a Zac. I feel like that would have fit more into what they needed, and it also gives them a lot of CC and ways to engage fights, apart from just Yorn.
I don't want to say, like, I do feel like, you know, the draft was a problem here, and I say it all the time that, you know, games are won in draft. In B1, remember, that was that Hecarim pick, and then it was responded to by the Graves, and then it was responded by the Yuumi as well. Like, it definitely felt like the Hecarim and the power of the Hecarim dictated Goober's draft, because that was a R1 Yuumi. And that R1 Yuumi just makes it so telegraphed as to what it is you are looking to get and looking to go for. And unfortunately, you just weren't able to get what you needed in the earlier stages of the draft to be able to combat this Hecarim, and you go for the scaling composition that unfortunately just doesn't have the chance to scale, because I don't think that Nameless Goober's identity, it definitely felt like their identity was not there here in this game. They look like they want to play a very strong, meticulous early to mid game. They didn't know how to handle not playing an early game because they were so aggressive from the start, regardless of their champion picks. But regardless of that, we do get a game 3, and it is anybody's.
I think first time in so far in BDS that we get the third game. So hey, I think that's good all in all.
Yeah, well, I mean, well, it's not technically Silver Scrapes. It is still a game 3 situation. The next game will determine the victor of this best of 3 series. It has been a banger for sure. Analyst Desk. We're going to bring it back to you guys to talk about this game a little bit more. See you guys soon.
Thank you very much, Moose and TDS. What?
Are you ready to dive into this one?
What did I miss?
Are you ready?
Huh?
Oh, Gabbo. Okay.
Huh?
The king of content, Kebbo, is here.
Oh,
Ready to dive into this next game.
we're gonna dive into some analysis right here of this game we just watched, and yeah, a completely different story in this game too, where it just looked like Nameless Goobers had no real approach, and we did not see basically anything we saw from them in the first game. And Diversity cleaned up their act and cleaned up their performance. Kevbo, what can we take away from this, just looking at the difference between game 1 and 2?
Yeah, it was a much less even game, I think, for the entirety. A really good job by the jungler of Nameless to get a lead for themselves early, but didn't really do anything with it. But I think what happened is really what we said. Diversity drafted a team comp that was more aggressive in the early game, had more ways to win through the early game, and actually did something with it. On top of that, they had a mid lane Veigar that just got fed, which is lovely to see. They essentially had, while still being proactive early, had these late game champs that were able to get this snowball going way earlier than they probably should have been able to.
Yeah, and not just that, but the Senna as well got so disgustingly far ahead and accelerated so quickly that it was really just impossible for Nameless to approach these comps. Quinn, what do you think Nameless should be doing in the next draft to help turn it back around?
Well, honestly, I think Moose hit the nail on the head. Nameless are a team who obviously want to incite chaos, as we could tell from just the way it played out. Like, the game was so hard to follow because everyone was constantly fighting, and ultimately the comp that relies more on the scaling didn't come out ahead on those early fights. So if Nameless wants to come out ahead again, I want to see them like lean into the identity that they've shown this series. I want to see their aggressive tendencies be rewarded. I want to see them continue to look for plays like that, and I want to see them try to attack top lane, because we've actually seen Jolini, who is most comfortable on the Gangplank, which has been permabanned this series, actually struggle to secure the amount of farm that they should be getting. So in the Sejuani Ornn matchup here, we had like I think it was a 40 CS deficit at one point that was kind of bailed out by the 5 or 6 deaths on Ornn, of course.
Yeah.
But if the Goobers are able
a few deaths.
Yeah, exactly. But if the Goobers are able to capitalize on that kind of laning weakness that has been shown here, then I think they do have a window to snowball through the top lane, and then the game can get even more chaotic. Right?
All right, how do Diversity close it out, Kevbo? What do you think?
I mean, I think that they need to draft something very similar. I don't think they're gonna get the Heck Room again.
Probably not. That champ's gross. Champ's gross.
The champ looks pretty good right now. But I'd like to see them pick something that is going to be able to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game. From what I've seen thus far from their jungler's playstyle, Udyr might be in the works. I don't think so. I would like to see something that is going to have better early ganks, though, as opposed to the Poppy in game 1.
All right. Well, we'll have to see what both of these teams will do. If Nameless Goobers can find that magic that they had in game 1 and make Lightning Strike twice, or if the side of Diversity Esports can continue their winning streak and bring it home for the team. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be in the draft for the closing game of this series. Stick around. You're going to want to see who takes it home and who will get a very good lead going into lead? No, they get a good spot. They get some good positioning going into playoffs. So make sure you stick around and see that.
play for Nameless Goobers if they are able to find it. Osama's going to be the first target. Team will pick up that one. Nice flash to get away from the Abyssal Dive. Random Capital's very low, though. Red Milk extremely low. JJ with the buff to his healing, doing tons of damage. And Random Capital cannot far forward. What the heck is happening in this bottom lane?
So you remember that I told you to do it when we first brought Super Early? I did my best. Because then we can see even if it doesn't make Younger's coming closer. We're going to be able to
One bump in the flash forward. Red Milk Tea's gonna come through. Nice pillow threat. Huge knockback there. And Red Milk Tea is gonna take down JJ. SpongeBob survives. And Red Milk Tea is gonna pick up a double. Gonna get knocked up, and that's gonna be the initiation of the fight. A nice devour. Morbius on DVD will go down. And name was clicking.
They wanted to be the baiter. Jordini will be there for them. So there's no chance that he gets contested.
Okay, alright. Final chapter is gonna get used. Move is gonna land. And then JJ is gonna get to pick up these things, but it is gonna be a 1, 2. No, not yet! Random with Apple trying to get a bit of a kill. He's trying to find a root, trying to find a play. Randall goes in. Oh my god! Nameless Goobers lateral damage is not getting the dash he was looking for. Let's go, he's trying to get away! Nice flash to Red Milk Tea. And a shutdown going over the Morbius on DVD. And now the fight continues. He's gonna go in, he's gonna get devoured. He's gonna get inside the event horizon, he will go down. As we leave, Horn is gonna land and then on to the Zygar. The Abyssal Dive is not fast enough, and Fizzy will go down. Thumbs up, will pick up that kill. Random Capital. He's very low, he's gonna be able to walk away. This one's going to land on the Stickler Macy. Ramblers on a rampage.
Brandon did get the turn. All in all, it felt like a pretty competitive fight, but we don't have to do it. There was no
Bob is to get away from the onslaught shadow to a flash. He will not get away from the Glacial Prison. He's gonna get slow. He's gonna try to get away using the speed headbutt, and he does for the time being. But he will go down. JJ's gonna be able to pick up that kill. Morbius on DVD. Also low. Get a little bit of damage with that boomerang. Does JJ get out? He does. But will Red Milk Tea get out? No! Oh, so Event Horizon is available for Rambo. Onslaught of Shadows is available for JJ. The Event Horizon does not land, but the Evercross does. Huge Event Horizon and a huge Onslaught of Shadows. And going to be able to get one kill over to Rambo, who's now unstoppable. Morbius on DVD is able to barely survive, getting the healing from the Yumi as well. Rambo and Osama are going to try to continue to move forward as JJ is going to spike to pick up a little bit of health, and maybe he's going to come back on the way. Red Milk Tea is going to be able to take the dragon. Away. This is a 4v5 situation, and they do it. The hunt is ready. Got SpongeBob trying to go in. A great Event Horizon from Rambo. Huge. But will they get it? They will lose one. Will they lose any more? As Morbius on DVD is trying to get him to do what they can. Rambo is going to go down. SpongeBob is going to die. Comparatively, the level 4 against JJ. Goobers not going to land onto either Delaney or JJ. That final chapter does nothing for the Goobers. As the call, the 4-drug's going to come in. Red Milk Tea is going to get stuck with the Blade. Rambo's going to get targeted, and Random Capital's going to be able to pick up that kill. Morbius on DVD is going to get targeted, and he's going to get killed. He survived for a long time there, and Random Capital's able to get a huge shutdown onto Osama. Big plays here for Nameless Goobers, but can they get any more? As they see, they've got Fizzy now very low. They're trying to be able to...
The Dayguard, that is such a good stun.
Oh my god.
That's a tag, by the way.
Is going to be down for a ton of HP, as now we get to see what this Random Capitals can do. He's able to pick up one. He's going to be unstoppable. Random Capitals is still alive. He's trying to shield. He's trying to heal, but he will die. And the stun is going to land in on a 6 who will go down as well. Red Milk Tea is going to try to get away. He's going to flash. His third is going to be in trouble. Coming through, he's going to try it. He is on DVD. Trying to get a kill. Not going to be able to do so, but the cavalry has arrived. Welcome back, everybody, to the VTS, as we get ourselves a Game 3 here for the first time. Week 3, finally, one of us gets a Dragon Soul prediction correct. It's me. One of us also is going to be correct in our prediction today as well. I think Nameless Goobers still have it in the bag. As long as they don't play like Goobers like they did in Game 2, they have an opportunity to even out their set score, go 1-1. TDS, you still got faith in diversity.
In a sense, it kind of doesn't matter for me because I said 2-0. So it doesn't truthfully, but at the same time, yeah, I think that diversity has it in their hands. They showed good potential to play on their side with scaling, so now I'm a bit more hopeful. But now that they are on red side, we've seen that Misfortune has been a must ban on both games from red side. So I want to see once again we see the Misfortune ban away if Hecarim gets taken out, and what will the priorities look like, right? Because there's a lot of champions that can be strong and that we don't know how they are going to impact. But we will have our answer soon with this draft.
It's actually really difficult here for red side, I feel, in this patch. We saw how powerful Hecarim is as a champion right now, and it definitely feels like for diversity, like they either have to make the choice to ban out both the Hecarim and the Misfortune, or they have to leave both of them open so that they at least get one of them their disposal. That's how they played in Game 1. Nameless Goobers ban out the Misfortune, leave the Hecarim open. It gets picked up B1 by diversity, and then JJ is able to just pop off and plays a phenomenal jungle game with that Hecarim. Some amazing Onslaught of Shadows with it. I think it is a must-ban champion or a must-pick champion for Goobers here.
Interestingly, Seraphine changes in priority. The last game was banned on second phase, this time around on first. They are banning the Hecarim on the side of Nameless. So I think that maybe they expected that they were going to get the chance to go for Misfortune if they leave it open, but they are not going to take the risk. So taking away Hecarim, I'm expecting Misfortune to come here. And as a first pick in the first game, we saw the area. I feel like this time around could be the Poppy or the Graves that ends up being on the first pick side from Nameless.
I don't necessarily want to see the Graves again.
Oh.
Milk Tea J4 is going to get banned out. So once again, Diversity's read was that Red Milk Tea and Random Capitals with their RE J4 were the most important picks in Game 1. They do not want to allow Red Milk Tea to get it again at the sacrifice of giving Morbius on DVD this Misfortune. Now, there are a ton of questions that you've got to ask here. How much does Morbius on DVD know about Misfortune? Have they played Misfortune in 12.17? Do they know how to carry with this champion? And is it going to be enough to be able to take on whatever Diversity has? A deliberate decision by their opponents not to drop it.
It's an interesting decision. Now we need to see how they counter it. I feel like the Jhin, it's the pick here. It had to be something that can go toe-to-toe in main, because that's where we've seen most power coming in from the Misfortune to allow to get to that create build and get that strong point that she can offer. So I'm kind of interested in seeing how does the Jhin perform. He also has one of the longest range ultimates, and his support is long range as well. So it's not like he needs to go close to be able to fight. So bullet time may not be the biggest worry. And then they pick as well the buy here to try and get closer to the Misfortune. So really trying to get those champions that can impact Misfortune without having to suffer as heavily from the Misfortune ultimate. Now, I'm not sure if this can be the right solution, but it's an interesting approach because it's pretty straightforward with what they want to achieve.
Now, question here for the support pick for Fizzy. Is this a Zillion game? Is it a Zillion Jhin bottom lane?
Ooh. That is something that I wasn't thinking about, if I'm honest. I was thinking maybe they could go for something like the Nautilus or Rail this game, particularly because the Rail, with someone like the Jhin, you have the opportunity to have a really long CC duration, and it kind of becomes impossible for Misfortune to try and run away. But with the Poppy being picked here, I think that it actually incentivizes the Cillian quite a lot, like you were pointing out. Long range support, revives for the buy if she goes too deep, which ideally is what you want her to try and do. And then she also, with the Cillian, you can also try and make the Jhin as unstoppable as possible because of the movement speed. So I feel like it actually is incentivized this game, even with the Renata pick, if I'm honest.
I think so as well. I feel like, you know, looking at the drafts right now, I feel like that's like the 5-head option here, because you can still play it in the bottom lane. It can go into the mid lane if you wanted to pick it there. But with the Renata getting picked up, that is a relatively stable mid to late game 2v2 or mid to late game composition that goes in the hostile takeover into the bullet time, you are able to potentially deal tons of damage with that. But Diversity Esports now has two champions that are able to just effectively counter out what Hostile Takeover wants to do by going unstoppable with the Ornn getting picked in immediately. They do not want to worry about potentially it getting banned. They have decided then to go for a different route in the mid lane, and in that support role, we'll have to see what they decide to pick. Goobers are worried now about this Vigar. They do not want to give it over to Rambo again. He played so well in game 2 with it, and now the opportunity for him to get it again is not on the table. Let's see if they decide to ban out any supports here. They have decided to ban out the Vigar. Like I said, the Victor gets taken away as well, but a lot of options available.
I'm kind of surprised that they didn't go harder on the top lane ban list, just because Ornn, yes, he's a pretty strong champion against a lot of champions, but I feel like there's still some that you have to worry about. So interested there. Surprised that they ban away the Braum here, because Braum is one of the better ones. You called it out. So I know I'm the caller, but that is a pretty good prediction coming in from Moose, and I think it's super smart. Like you were saying, like the value that the Cillian has in this game, particularly with the Ornn now as well, because the Ornn with the long range ultimate, you really don't have to go as aggressive with the vibe, so you can play up your distance really effectively, and it's a flex, so you still can play it up really nicely. I think that Sylas, I was thinking of this, Sylas with the ultimate value that is on the side of Diversity is incentivized, but if Diversity is able to get some sort of disengage on their side as well, apart from the Cillian, maybe an Orianna in the mid lane could be an option. I think that could be pretty good to complete their composition. And Fiora makes sense. It's against an Ornn, and you want to have someone to threaten the side lane, because I feel like team fighting may be a little bit difficult this game with how much there is on the side of Diversity.
It also tells me that Goobers is really taking a lot of time to look at this mid lane pick, because they know that the Zilean can go into the mid lane if they pick the wrong champion. They do decide to go with the Sylas. I think looking at the Vi, the Ornn, and the Zilean, it's you have to go for it at that point. If that's a champion that's in your kit, you've got to have that available, because you have three super powerful ultimates at your disposal. But now it is potentially counterable. If Rambo and Little Fizzy have the champion pool available, the Zilean can still go into the mid lane here. I think that he will do just fine. Instead, they decide to go with the Cassiopeia. So once again, trying to shut down. They're trying to shut down Goobers. They're trying to shut down Morbius, and they might be able to do it really effectively with that Petrifying Gaze.
I love the Cassiopeia in this composition and in this game for two reasons particularly. First of all, Miasma. The Miasma is going to be so big against the Poppy, the Sylas, and the Fiora. Three low-range champions that need to get close to you, which means that the Cassiopeia will have so much value. The only way to get close to her is either Renata ultimate or Misfortune ultimate. So those are two things that you have to commit to just try and be able to impact this Cassiopeia. And then the second thing is that the magic damage that the Cassiopeia will be able to deal is not something that is desirable to itemize on the side of Goobers when you think about it. Like, they don't want to try and opt into a lot of magic resistance because there's not that much value when you think about going with the Cassiopeia. And this game, instead, with how much CC there is already on Diversity, Cassiopeia will have so much opportunity to be able to deal quite a lot of damage if you're able to lock one target down. So I feel like Cassiopeia is just such a good champion this game, and just for the value of the range that you have on Nameless, can just be quite competitive to whatever you're putting against her.
I have to say it. I think Nameless Goobers got outplayed in draft so heavily here at every single position of the draft, because Diversity Esports is able to answer every single one of their questions, and you also have some anti-synergy with this Poppy. Like, the only way the Keeper's Verdict can be used super effectively here is by the knockup. You really don't want to be using it to displace anybody. Like, and if you displace people and Morbius on DVD pops bullet time and you're not coordinated in that, you could potentially stop your Wombo combo and deny any chance of you potentially winning a team fight. And winning these team fights is what Misfortune is going to try to do best here. So I am concerned for Goobers. I don't know if I see their identity as a composition as one that is going to be able to take on diversity and what they have at their disposal. They've got a ton of knockups. They've got a ton of ways to stop the damage from SpongeBob and Morbius on DVDs. It's going to be up to random capitals to be able to get the right ultimate for the right team fight. Overall, it just feels like the execution for diversity is going to be a little bit easier to do than
Yeah.
it is for Nameless Goobers.
It really feels like that, and I think you hit on the right point because the anti-synergy that kind of creates itself on the side of Nameless Goobers makes diversity's job even easier because you already have a teamfight comp that kind of knows the role of each of them, and they don't need to force a fight for them to be able to win it. Like they can just wait, but they have tools to force it because of the pie and the Orn. So their job is not that hard to be able to execute. But on the side of Nameless Goobers, there's anti-synergy. I think that the Poppy was a response to the buy, but then immediately from every other champion from diversity doesn't really suffer from the Poppy. It's the dash denial, right? Like the W doesn't really find much effect apart from the buy. And then if you really want to get any sort of fight going, you're banking on the Poppy and on the Sylas. But then you have the Miasma that denies them so effectively. That's why I feel like Nameless needs not only a lead in my eyes, they need to be first to a spot and also be able to force a fight before important members are there. So if they can force a pick onto Sylas, onto the Cillian early on and get the ultimate out, onto the Cassiopeia that doesn't necessarily have a lot of mobility, same from the Jhin or on the buy, I think that that's the avenue for them to win a lot of these team fights and objective situations, because if not, straight 5v5, I can just see diversity being a little bit more stronger. Or I'm willing to just take the hit here and say they are much more stronger in team fights, in all honesty.
I mean, I think so as well, but I also think that Goobers can work to do that split pushing that they tried to do in game
True.
1. I think that they were successful in making it happen. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it again. They don't have Stickler V6 on that pike to be able to move around the map more effectively. There's going to be no Umbral Glaive on this kit to be able to break down these wards and get high vision scores and to be able to be in control of these big neutral objective areas. But we won't know until we actually get into the game. Both of these teams have made mistakes. Both these teams have made errors. They've also made some great moments happen within the games that they have won, and it is really all up in the air, and it's up to these teams to be able to figure out how to best play their comps and win this game. Before we take it to that break, TDS, a little bit of redemption for you. What's going to be the
I
Dragon
will
Ball
pull it
here
off.
for Game 3?
I believe. I will believe in the fake summer day vibe that we have, and I'll go for Ocean once again. I think it's time. I have my water here to prove it.
It's
Here's my
time
water.
for Ocean. You have the water to prove it. Makes sense. Great logic. I'm going to go with Infernal, just to
Ooh.
be the complete opposite of you. And I think it would be fun. I think it would be fun
Well,
to get those
we're in summer,
Infernals
right?
coming in.
I'm water, you're hot, so makes
Yeah.
sense.
I am hot. Thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate it.
Works perfectly.
Anyway, we're going to take that quick break. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to the VTS. We got some fun, fangled, different camera angles for us today as we get to see the Game 3 of the VTS here. We got an opportunity to see whether or not Nameless Goobers can take a win off of Diversity, or will Diversity have the opportunity to win out in a game? The Abscond is going to land, and now Rambo going to potentially be in trouble. Not gonna die, but hey, first hits coming in from both teams.
I take that as a victory for Leo Fizzy just because he got the gold. So he's, I think, the richest person right now in the game. I think that's a big victory for Diversity.
Huge power spike now coming up for Little Fizzy, who has had the most tumultuous game, I would say. The Taric was really lackluster. The Tom Pench had moments of brilliance, but also maybe a couple of errors there as well. And
we don't
now,
talk about the turret dive. We don't talk about
we
the
don't
turret
talk
dive.
about the turret dive. But now, Fizzy has an opportunity to be a key part of this win here for Diversity. I'm very curious to see if they're going to be able to make it happen.
Could be the case. Could be a pretty interesting situation if they manage it. SpongeBob already attacking this horn, and it's as expected. This is the power that Fiora can have, and Vitals are in such a perfect spot to really take advantage of it. Like, this is so sad for Jolini because he cannot take advantage of it. He cannot do anything to stop this.
Unfortunately, no, but that is the name of the game when you are playing the Forge God against the Fiora. As long as you don't die, as long as you do not die, you should be okay. You'll be fine. But we've seen from both these teams, they like to play aggressive in the early game.
That is true. At least both sides have tools to try and pull it off in the early game. I think Poppy and Vi, two champions that certainly, if they want to try and go for ganks, they can. And there's setup in each of their lanes. For Poppy, mid lane and bot lane has setup. For Diversity, for the Vi, they're set up in bot lane and in mid lane and top lane. So I think there's good chances. Ooh, nice side step.
Hey, yeah, good sidestep. Fizzy, though, gonna take a little bit of damage. Nice trading coming in from Morbius and Stickler Meeseeks. Both of these lanes not really looking to come online immediately out of the gate, but they are looking to get stronger as the game progresses. I would say that Morbius on DVDs and Stickler Meeseeks spiking a little bit sooner, but they might not be able to do so because now Morbius is going to be in trouble. Another deep gank from JJ is going to result potentially in a first blood. Who gets it first? Stickler Meeseeks is going to be in trouble. Oh my god, first blood goes over to Fizzy. Morbius will take down Osama, but hey, it's a 2v1 in favor of Diversity.
The flash from the Misfortune just on time for the Misfortune to survive long enough to get the kill, but it's first blood and a second kill on the side of Diversity, or was it actually the Misfortune that got the first blood? I think it was simultaneous, right? But the first blood went to the Misfortune?
Yeah, it went to Misfortune.
Okay, yeah, that explains how close the gold is in reality, because if not, it should be a little bit higher for Diversity. But even with that, it was 2 kills for Diversity, and they also got one onto their jungler. So this could be a pretty good start for the game for this fight that we were talking about, and trying to look for the impact on Uza JJ.
And now looking at, what is next here. Morbius on DVD, no flash, and a cold start. So looking to be able to spike up a little bit sooner, be able to get that extra gold, basically a kill's worth of gold from it. But we're now going to see another gank. Stickler Meeseeks going to potentially be in trouble. A nice handshake, though. Nice handshake, and now a play coming in for Red Milk Tea. JJ's in trouble, make it rain! Morbius on DVD is able to outplay the jungler here.
I think much more so is Stickler Meeseeks. I feel like it's 100% on the Renata, because not only pulls away the buy, but also stops the attempt long enough so that the Poppy can reach again the play and be able to play it off. I think pretty big mistake not playing with Lil Fizzy. They try to opt for that situation as soon as possible, but you really don't need to try and pull it off that way. Like, if you wait just a little bit longer, I think the situation is still playable and you can get much more done. Osama, ouch.
Yeah, a lot of damage there. Morbius on DVD. Still now
blue buff, by the way.
Yeah, and a blue buff too. Make it rain, maybe. Make it rain composition for now. But anyway, SpongeBob, not going to get ganked by JJ just yet.
Ooh.
Actually going to get ganked and to be forced to flash away. So we need to not get the knockup. But hey, a nice tank there from JJ.
It's a pretty nice attempt, gets the flash out. I don't think that you're going to be able to pressure it as much as possible, but opening up a wait. Oh, Rambo, you took such a bad trade there.
Wow, but on the way out, Random Capital
He
has
has
to
to-
take a lot of damage as well.
He has to back here or at least get away long enough so that the pod can tick. Because one flash in from Random Capitals, I think that he can kill, especially without mana on Rambo.
Yeah. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. I don't know if they're going to find it. Random Capitals now back to half HP. Rambo. Random Capitals and Rambo. They're both looking to be able to win this mid lane battle. Neither of them have back. Finally, Rambo going to be able to take the back after getting a favorable wave state. Having that teleport to come back is going to be just fine.
And with not much to see at this point because they kind of stopped the aggressiveness, we can take a look a little bit to what happened in those bot lane skirmishes because those were aggressive, those were interesting, and it all starts with this first gank from USAGG, particularly the fact that he goes first over the wall with the jump. I think that's fine. Here, where Usama takes a little bit too much far forward, especially with how much damage the Renata was taking. I think that if they wait a little bit longer, they can play it off much better without Osama dying. Oh, the engagement bot lane are actually no. This is actually the play repeated. But there is
we are
live.
going back to live here. Going back to live. It's going to be the Steadfast Presence coming through. Morbius on DVD. Able to pick up a kill.
Okay, we're back to live, but we're back to live onto, I think, a little bit behind.
Yeah, okay, we got it. We're good. We're back to live now. This is the live feed. We saw a Steadfast Presence happen from Red Milk Tea. Thank you, production. Vizzy able to gets caught out a little bit and will die. No dragon though, and unfortunately TDS 0 for 5, 0 for 7 in the first 3 weeks.
I hate this season so much already. I'm fine with missing once or twice, but 5. I'm reaching Brazil levels of no.
Oh my god! What a reference there. What a
I'm a
reference.
huge football fan, so I'm all in for those.
All in, definitely. I feel it. I feel it. Handshake doesn't land.
Osama?
Osama's gonna take a little bit of damage. Gonna get the root. Gonna be able to get away. And the double bomb
They
on
did it.
Morbius on DVD. Nice. Very good. Shutdown gonna come through on Morbius on DVD. Stickler Music's gonna be the next target as Fizzy is now going to try to get out of here. Fizzy is trying to do what he can. Gonna drop another bomb as Osama's gonna get the extra movement speed. Gonna be level 6. Another bomb's gonna drop. Who gets it? Who gets it?
no.
It's little Fizzy that gets the kill as nicely done. The flash not going to be enough though as Red Milk Tea is going to take down Osama. The knockup's going to land from the Keeper's Verdict. It's also going to be the spell feat against the Cassiopeia, and now Rambo's going to be in trouble. Oh my god, this bottom lane is just a mess.
And it's so close that in reality, the gold is not affected at all. Look at that. 14k for both sides. It's super close. Bai is doing a pretty good job at stealing some of the camps so that she can be relevant once again. But thanks to winning that fight down there in the bot lane, it means that Dragon is the priority right now for Nameless. We have the replay of the fight. It was chaotic, it was aggressive. We're reaching the latest part of the fight, and I think that Hero Zama, I understand the need to go for it, but I feel like at this point, when you know that the bomb is on top of the Renata, and that you see the Bobby, because the Bobby is 100% seen, you have to run away because you're going to die 100%. And here I like how they traded off. Nameless, yes, the Fizzy doesn't die, but they went for the bigger target in reality, and then on live, Fiora dies.
As Red Milk Tea, now going to be 2-0-2, a much better game for this Poppy and for this Nameless Goobers jungler. 2-0-2. Random Capitals did utilize the flash and the ultimate in that last fight. Unfortunately, unable to pick up a kill there. But you are looking at a carry, a 3-2-0 Morbius on DVD. That Misfortune is going to be able to pack a punch here moving forward, especially once they unlock that Kraken Slayer. And now, even more so, when Red Milk Tea is able to pick up that Rift Herald secured by Nameless Goobers. Make It Rain's gonna drop though, gonna be a little bit of damage here. Fizzy's gonna take a couple of turret shots, gonna take a 4th turret shot,
That was so
and
beautiful.
Osama is gonna pick up that kill. Stickler Me6 though, maybe gonna try to pick up something on the way out. Can they get it? The answer is maybe. Maybe gonna try to find the handshake here. Let's see if he's gonna be able to get it. Nice bombs coming through from Fizzy. Not going to allow for the handshake to land. Huge play there coming in from Fizzy and Osama.
Can we talk about the fact that even with exhaust, the Jin was much faster than the Renata thanks to the Cillian? It's so good. Oh, I think you're right.
Okay, Assault and Battery's gonna come through. Flash from SpongeBob trying to be able to get away. It's not gonna matter. JJ now 3-1-0.
And for the second game in a row, we've seen... Oh, wait. Oh, Jin.
Okay, we're not done yet, though. Little Fizzy's gonna go down. That's gonna be Random Capitals picking up their first kill of the game. Bailout will be used. So in the extended play, Hostile Takeover's gonna come out. Osama's gonna go berserk. Gonna get knocked up. Going to get stunned. Going to be denied life. As Random Capitals will pick up that kill. Also gonna pick up the Stealth Thief from Jolini, is gonna be forced to flash away. Random Capitals able to get away with the abscond from the turret. The call of the Forge Gods now gonna come through. Jolini gonna pick up that kill with the Ram. So it's 9-7, and we're only 11 minutes into the game.
It's a really chaotic game. I love watching those interrupts because they are so random. This is not stopping yet until the lady sings, and it's not singing soon enough, it seems. Oh.
Okay, we're not done yet, though. Stickler Me6 gonna try to get away. The Miasma not able to stop anything from Me6 so far, but the Chilling Spite is coming out, and the Keeper's Verdict from Red Milk Tea keeps the Renata alive. Dragon is not even up for another 2 minutes. We're just fighting to fight.
I have no words, but it's like you're pointing out fighting to fight, and nobody really gets anything apart from the kill that Jolini gets onto the Silas. They need to quickly rush topside because all that time that they spend on that fight meant that now the Fiora can get a little bit farther ahead. She gets 2 plates of gold plus the minion wave and denying such a huge wave from the Ornn as well. Thanks production for the gold, because we can see how there's, even though the Fiora is at the bottom, she's getting free time here, which I think it's better to deny. And then the other 3 members from the side of Nameless are still in such a good spot. Like, they are ahead of every other member apart from the Jin.
Let's see if SpongeBob can get any more here on the top side of the rift. He's gonna get knocked and stunned and maybe in trouble. It'll be very low. Doesn't get the Hostile Takeover. So that's Osama picking up their 3rd kill of the game.
That was so nicely done. They blow her up as soon as possible. The Hostile Takeover doesn't even get a chance to be used, and doesn't even get a chance to use the bailout either. So really nice kill that they get. They are getting so many good sources of gold into this Jin that even though the other members are not necessarily getting the highest value, they are still finding good gold on the bot lane. This Cillian has been such a good pick so far.
Yeah, very good pick there. Really, really nicely done, I think, you know, from Diversity Esports to at least maintain the gold lead in what has been such a chaotic back and forth battle. So let's kind of like take point of where it's at, because with more kills in the game, it definitely feels like people's builds can be a little bit more accelerated. We've got 4 mythic items unlocked for the Goobers. We've got 3 mythic items unlocked for Diversity, but we can't even talk about that as Rambo's gonna get hit by the Petrifying Gaze. Rambo's gonna try to be able to get under tower, but he can't quite do it. 3 is greater than 1, and Diversity Esports will lose their mid laner and maybe even their mid lane.
And Diversity is getting punished, committing and getting exposed, committing a mistake that they did in the first game as well. And it's opting for this fight when there's absolutely no vision control on their side. Like, look at bot side. It's blue. It's completely blue. You would even think that it's a blue team, that like the whole team, the whole rift is blue, because it's completely blue vision that is hovering on that bot side, and Cassiopeia Rambo is playing against the Silas without any sort of knowledge. So you're just asking to die at that point, and it really happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're now for Diversity Esports. They are not able to get into the river quickly enough. Cloud Drake does get taken. Neither one of us are correct here for... Oh, I'm actually correct again!
Oh,
As the hostile
no.
takeover does come through, Osama is going to get hit by the Chrono Shift to be able to stay alive, and now the curtain call is coming out. Shutdown onto JJ will go down as the bailout's ticking down. Rambo able to take down Stickler Meeseeks, and is going to take down one more. Rambo wants a third. It's going to be Random Capitals that picks up a double kill. Osama flashing away, gets
Osama
the
gets
onto
the movement speed.
Morbius. Osama gets the double, but he dies to Morbius' final shot. And we've got a 4v3. 4 for
It's a-
3 and Dragon.
It's a 4-for-3, a dragon, and everything was gotten is on replay. So we can essentially just jump immediately on it with how the fight went. It starts, I think, not that bad for Nameless. They get a pick on Osama. The problem is that Osama is able to run away. He has the ultimate from the Zillion, so it's incentivized against going for him. And the movement speed buffs that he gives to Cassiopeia in this fight, so much poison stacks, so much damage. Yes, Cassiopeia dies here, but Osama is able to just free here quite effectively, and then the extra movement speed here. If he had enough the harvester, I think he kills the misfortune just with the W. But even then, yes, misfortune trades a kill, but Osama gets so much value in that fight. Same for the Cillian and Cassiopeia as well. She was, I think, 0-2 before that fight. Now she's 2-3. So a lot of gold funneled into this Cassiopeia thanks to that fight.
Okay, 14-11, and we finally have a second to talk about where the game state is at as the Rift Herald gets taken by Goobers. They were able to take the first Rift Herald and the first 2 dragons in this game. A very good start for the Goobers in terms of neutral objectives. JJ, however, 3-2-3, Chemkunk Chainsword, one of the most valuable items in the game, getting taken first by JJ, is going to delay that mythic item, most likely going to be a Bambi Cinders with that 2 Ruby Crystal start. You've also got the Turbo Chem Tank unlocked for Red Milk Tea, the Everfrost unlocked for Random Capitals, along with those Ionian Boots of Lucidity and a stopwatch. So the big winner for the Goobers in that last fight was Random Capitals, who is now very accelerated in game state. But Osama, now with the Zeal, now with the Gale Force, very close to being able to pick up that RFC.
Has the opportunity to be close to picking that up. That can really turn effective later on in the game, especially to try and keep your distance as the Jhin. It's going to be really good. I want to try and look for golden experience at this point, because I want to see how close some of these members are. There's the gold difference. It's much more in favor of Nameless, but the difference the difference is not as high as possible. And then on the experience, it's much more favorable for the for diversity, all in all. So I think that they are in a pretty good spot on the side of diversity, unless Casio dies here. Oh,
Hey, Rambo gonna be in trouble once again, and Rambo is gonna go down. Shutdown going over to Random Capitals, but Red Milk Tea is gonna die, and Random Capitals is gonna potentially die as well. Using the stolen Chrono Shift, he will eventually die here, but will he potentially take one on the way out? Jade is gonna take down Stickler Meeseeks to make it a 2-for-1 so far, and with Random Capitals dying, the kill's gonna go over to Fizzy, and it's a 3-for-1 trade.
that you value that so much, right? Like your Cillian having that kill, and then I think Morbius is intelligently pushing the mid wave, doesn't get the turret, I think, but they are able to still be able to pressure the map, so it's not a bad thing for them. Oh, Morbius.
Hey, Morbius on DVD,
Nice.
now in trouble as well. Just giving up more kills, and now SpongeBob
Oh,
is gonna
no.
give up another kill to Diversity. It doesn't
want
matter
this.
what happened on the bottom side of the rift, because you're giving those kills back over on the back end of this
They can go for
fight.
Baron.
JJ will
Actually,
take
I'm
down
dumb.
SpongeBob. There's no Baron up. It's 12-19. There's no
Yeah.
Baron up TDS.
I swear, the kills have just taken me completely by surprise, because I feel like we should be at Baron spot, right? Like it feels like with how the game has gone, Baron should be out, but I'm dumb. I don't check the clock, but it's been a pretty chaotic game. Not sure if we have a replay of the whole circumstance, but if we can jump onto it, because there was a lot to unfold in that fight, particularly this. First of all, I think Rambo flashing towards the wall, not the smartest decision, especially against a Poppy, but Poppy gets the kill before the bailout kills her, before she gets the bailout value, right? So the value doesn't really show itself there. And because there's numbers advantage for diversity here, they're able to run the fight much more effectively. Yes, they lose on map pressure because of this, but at the end they do get a lot of value because they also kill the Furon and Misfortune. Dragon about to be started. There's going to be a fight, and I think there's going to be a lot of blood.
Yeah, Red Milk Tea is going to pick up the Rift Herald and is now going to be on the way as well. They're going to try to be able to do what they can here. So we get the hostage takeover going to land on the 2. JJ is going to be up to pick up Rambo. Rambo going to try to come through as we got Morbius on DVD being able to take down the Orn. That is a big tank not available.
Capitals are
Trying to be able to get
long.
away. Random Capitals dies, but not before being able to let the rest of the cavalry come through. Osama trying to do what they can. JJ is going to be able to get the assault and battery against the Fiora, who's now on a killing spree. Osama wanting to be able to pick up a kill. He's got the damage, but not quite enough. We got JJ now coming in. The time, and the bailout is huge. Morbius on DVD gets a triple kill, and it's an ace against diversity.
And I think this fight perfectly shows one thing that I was thinking. I feel like this game from USAJJ, and this replay will show it perfectly, is not a game for Kempong Chainsaw and for the Gauntlet. I think that you need a damage on this fight because these fights are being so hectic that you still need some more damage on your carries. Buy with an item here with a Sunder, for example. I think that not only wins the fight, but kills every member. Osama, I think, went a little bit too far forward with this. I think if he waits just a second longer, he can probably allow for the bite to be closer in proximity and they can kill Morbius. Still, pretty good fight for Nameless. They get the Dragon, they get the teamfight win, and it's becoming a hard game for Diversity now because they are giving up a lot of gold, they are giving up a lot of presence, and the Cassiopeia is getting exploited super effectively, which is not that good for them, obviously.
I mean, I don't know if this is a hard game for Diversity yet. They do have a 6-kill Jhin, 659. It is up against a 9 and 5 Misfortune, but there will come a point, I think, where Jhin is going to outscale the MF. So
I feel the biggest problem that at least to me is that they are one dragon away for Infernal Soul, right? And that is a huge amount of damage that can at least cover up for any sort of damage that may be lacking at some point for maybe Nameless. So that's kind of why I'm really worried.
A handshake. He's gonna drop the Chrono Shift, and he will end up going down. But does he survive? He's gonna get the extra movement, and he is gonna be able to get away. A nice stun on the Morbius on DVD, but JJ is gonna get shut down. SpongeBob is gonna die to make it a 1-for-1 as Osama's gonna try to move forward. Osama goes so far forward, and now the Call of the Forge God trying to be able to bail him out. The Abscon's gonna land. Osama's gonna be able to get away. The Root's gonna land on 2. Red Milk Tea and Random Capitals is going to steal the Call of the Forge God. The inner tower in the mid lane will go down as a consolation prize on that 1-for-1. But does anything else happen? It doesn't look like it. Nameless Esports, get away.
This fight, Rambo really needs to keep his mana in check because I feel like some of these fights are resulting in what the Cassiopeia can accomplish, and the lack of mana from the Cassiopeia has been a important thing to keep in mind in how they opt for this. Yolini, I think that it needs to be careful about this. Oh, Fizzy, not you.
Oh my god! Random Capitals capitalizing on that Call of the Forge God as JJ is now going to try to come through. We got Jolini and Osama trying to be able to get away. SpongeBob will take down Jolini, and now Rambo, way out of position here, is going to be hit in a 5v1 situation. Going to try to flash away, gets a great petrifying gaze. Going to try to walk away from all the damage, and is able to do a good job of it. Meanwhile, on the top side, Morbius on DVD gets another double kill, and that is another almost ace for Nameless Esports Goobers.
I'm thinking that Diversity should have thought twice about giving up this Misfortune. Because Misfortune is really just destroying a lot of the team fighting from them. They are being super aggressive in how they opt into, and with this next replay we will see how Diversity is opting into this fight, because we have the Call of the Forge God from the sideless this time around. There's none on the Orange, so forcing a fight here is kind of hard. Rambo teleporting from behind, but here as well is a pretty important thing. Miasma is completely useless. It's completely messed up in positioning, doesn't get the sideless, and even though survives for a little bit longer, could have been better done from Rambo. At the end, doesn't accomplish anything with the Cassiopeia, and then on the top side, you're losing to the Misfortune 2v2 in the 2v2 against the Renata. So it's just bad situation for the Diversity because they really cannot find their angle. And even though the scoreboard is 22-23, the goal diff is 48-42.
Yeah, huge gold diff for Goobers, a 3 dragon advantage as well. Look at that spike in the last couple of minutes. Huge amount of gold going into the hands of Nameless Goobers. Diversity Esports kind of teetering at that moment, but you know, we look at that 20-minute mark, we look at that last dragon fight, and just how much gold was given over to Goobers during that time. Morbius on DVD has gotten a triple kill and a double kill during that period, as Jolini is now going to potentially be in trouble. Going to headbutt on to the mountain or the cliff, whatever that may be, but will be able to survive.
I feel like Cliff, it's a pretty good way to put it out. It's a hard situation. Oh, Rambo, you're in such a bad spot, and they know you're there. Yeah, they know you're there. That is...
Rambo, yeah, having vision would be important there, but you also knew that everyone was there. Jolini's gonna try to move forward. It's gonna be a knockup from JJ.
They don't have the
sun's gonna come through. Random Capitals, nice hostile takeover. A decent utilization of that, pardon me, the keeper's verdict, that's what I'm looking for. As we get a knockout coming through, Morbius on DVD is legendary. As the Orn goes down, another great call of the fourth guard from Random Capitals. As SpongeBob will die, Osama's going to be able to get that shut down. Assault and Battery going to deal a little bit of damage, but Morbius on DVD, once again legendary, trying to be able to get away. The knockup into the bullet time, double kill for this misfortune. As Fizzy's the only one left alive, and that is going to be Infernal Soul for Nameless Esports Goobers, and maybe even an ace. They get the ace. They get the Dragon Soul, and they might just get this game.
Whoever thought to give up Misfortune is certainly biting their elbow right now, because that was such a bad decision. 15-5 on the Misfortune. I won't say single-handedly, but certainly doing a pretty good job to dismantle the side of Diversity. And a lot of that has to do as well with how their teamfights are being played, because Diversity is not playing the teamfights as a unit. They are playing them super disjointedly, separated from each other. The Orn, or the ultimate values from the Orn, from the Bai, from the Cassiopeia, it feels like they are always out of place, and they are not finding how they should try and play this teamfight. So Nameless is doing a pretty good job at not only denying, but making sure that Diversity cannot accomplish anything, which I think is a pretty good way to play this game. They are on the driver's seat, and they have every tool to be able to close this game out.
I definitely think that, you know, looking at the objective control that Goobers has had, I do not believe that Diversity Esports has gotten a single neutral objective in this fight. They are in this game. No dragons, no Rift Heralds, no Barons.
Nope,
all of it taken by the Goobers, which goes to show that Red Milk Tea picking the champion for the job correctly this time, deciding to give them the best game that they could. But we are now looking to go for a play here, as Jade is going to try to escape. The Assault and Battery is going to get taken by Capitals, and there's no way that the Spore is going to be able to get up. Fizzy's going to go golden, as Rambo will end up going down after getting hit by that Chrono Shift. We got Osama trying to be able to do what they can, going to deal a little bit of damage with those shots, but it's not really going to do much against Red Milk Tea and the health bars that this Poppy has. Nameless Goobers, they pick up one, and they're allowed to push forward with ease.
They have every tool to be able to keep on pushing this game. The Cassiopeia feels like a consistent occurrence at this point, right? Like, she's getting picked off in spots that she shouldn't, and it's just so easy for Nameless to punish this Cassiopeia. I'm trying to think of tools, of ways for Diversity to be able to come back into this game, because it's not like they don't have the tools, right? Like, Cassiopeia, Orn, Jhin, Cillian are champions that can scale greatly into this game and can find a lot of value. It's just how you're able to make use of them. But we're still facing the situation where there's no true teamfight from Diversity yet. Like, they haven't been able to play a true 5v5 where the Cassiopeia is hitting, where the Jhin is hitting, and I think that that's a big issue.
Infernal Soul is a big issue as well. Goobers do have that. The power that it does provide is massive, but you also are looking at a point where Diversity can potentially start to bring this game back. Osama has the 3 item power spike that they're looking for: Infinity Edge, Gale Force, and Rapid Fire Cannon. The ornaments are now on 3 out of the 5 Diversity members, thanks to Jolini being level 15. You've got Shirelia's unlocked for Fizzy, very close to being able to pick up a 3rd item, being that Zonia's Hourglass. So there are still chances for Diversity Esports to bring this game back, and it is all going to depend on whether or not they do get that 5v5, or if they brush tech. They don't brush tech this time, but they can't do that. They cannot brush tech.
The difference between life and death may just be the pixels on each of the brushes, right? It's a situation that seems risky, but I think that they can pull it off.
Okay, they're gonna get that vision out of there. They got the vision out of there. They got the objective that they needed, and no one went down. Biggest play there. Big, important play.
Huge that no one dies, but now we're beginning to see something that we talked about in draft, right? The game plan of pushing waves on the sideline, trying to make it work out with this Fiora. I like that they are committing to this play. Fiora can 1v1 Jolini, so I think that it's a smart decision to try and at least force someone else. If they can force Rambo and Jolini into the sideline, that opens up such a huge window to try and take this Baron down. And it's dying quickly. I don't think they are, they're not really.
Oh, are they going to be able to get it?
Yeah,
Nice
no.
hostile takeover from Stickler. Meeseek's going to deny any play. Oh my god, Osama. Oh, that was so much damage against Fizzy, barely surviving there.
Fizzy should have died. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. He should have died. But
Durability! Durability!
luckily for him, he's not only alive, but he's able to at least survive long enough so that they can look to try and control some of the bot side in response to this Baron play. Because that's their only hope. They have to get Elder, because Elder plus Baron, it's a sure way to die in this game.
Yeah, it's looking really grim here
Ouch.
for Diversity, as Jolini is going to get chunked down to half HP. SpongeBob doesn't even take a hit, a lick of damage, and Jolini's going to be forced to walk away. Elder Drake spawning in a minute 10, like you said, is a game-ending buff. The Goobers might not even need it to win out in this game and take this series.
Really doesn't feel like the case. Maybe they can kill one of these members, although wait, Jolini gets fooled.
Yeah, Morbius on DVD is going to be in trouble, going to be down to less than half HP. Does have the Guardian Angel to survive a little bit longer thanks to that play, but huge damage onto Fizzy.
I think that was a
One
bounce.
shot. Yeah, that's a double up bounce there coming through from Morbius. Regardless of that, the Goobers are able to pick up that inhibitor or that inhibitor turret and the inhibitor. Now they're going to reset to try to go for that Elder Drake.
So I'm gonna look at the positives here. It's the mid lane inhibitor, which means that it's the easiest one to try and protect and cover. And it's one that you can really take advantage of if you're on the side, that it's going to be hard to take advantage of if you're on the side of Nameless, because it's so easy to access it. But it's still an inhibitor down, and Dragon is up in 8 seconds. I was expecting Teleport on top side to threaten the backdoor from the Fiora, but I think we're going to get a team fight. At least one fight for Diversity. At least one.
My hot take here is that this game is going to end very soon as
Oh,
Fizzy
Fizzy, no!
Fizzy dies, and Morbius on DVD is going to go legendary. A nice 4-man knockup from Jolini, but there's no follow-up from the
cannot
Zillion,
fight
who
it,
doesn't have
that's it.
Chrono Shift. It's going to be SpongeBob being able to take down Rambo. It's going to be Stickler Meeseeks taking down Jolini, and it's random capitals against Osama. Nameless Goobers been able to outplay Diversity Esports. They picked an aggressive composition, they played an aggressive game, and they take game 3, and they take the series, and they give Diversity Esports their first loss in the VTS.
Doing a pretty good job at that. They play their composition like you're pointing out how they should, and I'm gonna take it here because Diversity, I feel like their composition wasn't a bad choice. The problem is that I underestimated how much this misfortune was going to do. Quintex said it perfectly today. He underestimated as well, and we're here right now watching how powerful this misfortune turns out to be. Because even though I'm not going to credit the game completely to misfortune, I don't think that she was the sole reason why Diversity lost. It was a big part of that, because her damage value was high, her control was high, and in situations when it seemed like she was going to die, she didn't. She out-damaged some of the members and outlived some of them as well. So really, this misfortune was such a big issue, and you have to question as Diversity if it was worth banning the Jarvan for the misfortune. I think that maybe they don't.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it in the draft. You said, if the Hecarim gets banned out, if that handshake is there from Goobers, you have to ban out the Misfortune because it is just going to be a B1 pick. And you you underestimated, like you said, you underestimated the power of the MF. You built a composition around it. The Silas was extremely smart there coming through. It would have potentially been a different story for the Zillion pick if the Zillion was potentially R5 and then the Cassiopeia was your R4. Maybe then you don't have the Silas in that comp. Maybe you have something different and then the Zillion comes out and now you can't utilize that Chrono Shift. You can't utilize that Call of the Forge God. Random Capitals playing the best series from Nameless Goobers, in my opinion, as a whole. Played a decent game on the Swain, even though they lost. Played extremely well in this game as the Silas, and was instrumental, part of that really good composition that we saw as that Ari. Was one of the two champions that were on a really long kill streak in game one for the Goobers. So, couple of interesting points here. When Misfortune or Hecarim was played, they both won. The blue side team won all 3 games. And yeah, maybe it's a ban Hecarim, ban Misfortune composition.
Don't let T1 fans hear you, just in case.
What'd you say?
Don't let T1 fans hear you, just in case. We know how T1 thinks about blue side.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Hey, we had a raid from Risen. Risen, thank you guys so much for giving us your support as we ended our best of 3. That is going to do it today for TDS and myself. We're going to take it back to the analyst desk. Before we do, TDS and myself are both on the Twitters, at TDScast for TDS and at Moosecaster for myself. Check us out. We do a bunch of content. TDS doing TFT, doing League of Legends, doing Legends of Runeterra, just all out there. Really strong, very intelligent guy. Definitely has a lot of good input to say, especially as that color caster. Of course, we've also got our producer, Gurf, who is making sure that our entire content for the day was primo, chef's kiss, all the good stuff. Thank you very much, Gurf, for always being phenomenal and fantastic. If you guys are enjoying the content, you haven't done so already, please follow and subscribe to Victoris Esports. We just reached 3,600 followers on this Twitch channel today. 3,600 followers today. Huge milestone here for Victoris. Congratulations to them. With that being said, that's going to do it today for the caster's desk. Analyst desk, back to you guys.
Thank you, Moose, TDS, and of course the sun has set here on our wonderful budget beach day, and that's not just because I had to turn off the usual lights that I have and replace them with a singular lamp that is over there. Shoutouts to Lamp Coon behind me. But that aside, you know, the game's sun's setting on the games too, and unfortunately the sun has set on Diversity Esports win streak because Nameless Goobers have taken the series, and oh golly, Nameless Goobers did show back up in Game 3 exactly how we were hoping, but it was still a bit messy of a game.
Yeah, there were definitely a few moments here and there where I was like concerned because we've seen the potential of these two teams to just devolve into a chaotic mess, right? So although we had like the path of Nameless Goobers to this victory was a bit of a rocky one. We saw quite a bit of disrespect of the Vi pick, of where she could be, of trading inappropriately when she's likely to be on your side of the map. We saw the one bot dive where they were diving with TP disadvantage. We saw the blue buff invade. One of the big things that I think made the journey to this victory more difficult for Nameless Goobers was the usage of the Poppy ult, where like it seemed for a while in that game like it only was used whenever things had already gone wrong rather than to gain advantages. But then of course Goobers turned it around, they cleaned it up, they started using their abilities like for advantages rather than for recovery. and they just ran away with the game.
Yeah. Kevbo, what have you got? I didn't ask you first, so hopefully Quinn didn't take all your points.
Honestly, I have to listen to what Caster said as well. Morbius on DVD, bro.
More.
Best
His
movie-
stats are safe. I think his stats are safe this week.
I think the stats for top of the league for DPM and kills might be safe, especially after that MF game. That was, I mean, I think they did 9k damage more than anyone else in the game, if I looked at the graph properly. So, MF not something to be trifled with. It would seem, of course, we did see the hack be very influential as well. Overall, though, I think very well played by Goobers, taking advantage of the winning situations they had. Even though the Fiora didn't get done quite as much as I really hoped into the Orin. Shout out, Orin, super fun and balanced. Gotta love my
Awesome.
boy.
Awesome champ.
But either way, I think it was just better team play, is what it came down to.
Yeah. Better team play overall from Goobers, although, you know, it was a little bit of a 4v5 for most, if not all, of that game 3. But sometimes you just drag that other guy across the finish line, and that's all you need to do. Speaking of, we do have the MVP vote available right now. Who do you believe to be the MVP of the game? Is it SpongeBob, me boy? It's not them. I'll give you the answer. It's not them.
This SpongeBob slander.
Red Milk Tea in the jungle, Random Capitals in the mid lane, Morbius on DVD in the AD carry position, or Stickler Meeseek in support. Now, I'm going to start with you, Kevbo. Who do you think was the support, or the support? I mean, we know who the support was, but who is the MVP? Who is the MVP of the series? I'm already, you know, I'm just trying to say the support was the MVP, even though I don't believe it.
I also don't believe that. I think even if you take away the nameplates and the fact that Morbius on DVD is one of the funniest names I've ever seen, I do think that I would personally give it to them. I think they had a really good first and third game, as well as I feel like they were the strongest player of the team in that third game as well. I think they played really well. A couple of a bit int moments, let's say, but overall I think a very strong performance from them, and continuing to be a team that it seems like it plays very heavily around bot side quite successfully.
All right. What about you, Quinn? Do you agree with that, or do you have a different player you'd like to recognize?
Yeah, it's hard for me because there were quite a number of standout performances, right? We had Stickler Meeseek playing the Pike, a standout Renata game, and honestly, the Dark Harvest Yumi was just too funny to not mention. I definitely did see some stellar gameplay from Random Capitals, especially on the Silas. I think it wouldn't be absurd to give the MVP to Stickler Meeseek, in my opinion.
Okay.
But I also do think that Morbius on DVD was very consistent throughout the series. So honestly, for me, it's a toss-up between either member of the bot lane.
All right, either member of the bot lane. Focus on the bot lane. Yeah, I mean, I voted for Morbius on DVD, but I do agree that, you know, some recognition could be given to Red Milk Tea as well, who I think performed really well on the Jarvan and showed up really well on the Poppy in that game 3. We got to see the power of the Poppy pick after it was very disappointing in the first match. So, you know, you love to run back a champion that your opponent didn't play well and play it better than them. That is a very satisfying feeling, and I'm sure, you know, it rubs a little bit of salt in the wound if you are the side of diversity, to lose to the Poppy after it failed to do anything for you. But yeah, I think overall, the team, 4 of the 5 players on the side of Goobers performed exceptionally well all in this series, and
One performance in game 1 was very good.
yeah, no, SpongeBob Me Bob played perfectly fine in game 1, but that Fiora performance was straight out of gold. That was straight out of the VAS. It was
Ouch!
not ideal.
That's gonna
Not
hang
ideal
on
to
my
see
other
that.
league, I see.
But hey, we like a little bit of a throwback, a little bit of some recognition for the boys, the homies in the VAS. We sprinted a
Say
little bit
that's
for the
rich coming
content.
from you, Becky.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's me. There's me. I'm VAS, and I'm sprinting it too. But yeah. That aside, I believe our MVP vault is almost over. We can probably just close it. I'm pretty sure it was just the analyst desk who voted. So
I never saw the poll in Twitch chat. I'm gonna be honest with you.
okay, it's possible people didn't see the poll. Okay, well, it didn't matter.
There
But
were,
you
yeah,
know,
there was more votes than just ours. Look at that.
yeah, okay, excellent. So the winner of the MVP, I believe we're gonna get a graphic around, so we're gonna stall for a little bit until then. But for the side of diversity, what can they look towards for next week? What can they take away from the series?
So, I was definitely not thrilled with the way they were drafting in game 2 and 3. I think permabanning the Twitch despite no priority on Sivir is a bit of a question mark. The Ahri ban in game 2, the Vi pick, like the early Vi pick before you've seen anything that needs to be locked down by her, the Zillion paired with the Jhin after your team has already locked in no damage, so you're fully reliant on the Cassiopeia, just one carry when the Poppy ult exists. In game 2, pairing Tahm Kench with the Senna when other stronger pairings exist before you've seen a need for Tahm Kench immediately. I think there were just a variety of decisions that, like, even in their wins, that set them on the wrong foot. Not saying the entire draft was all doom and gloom, because, like, if it were all doom and gloom, then we might have just seen a 2-0, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think diversity needs to start with the drafts, like start thinking about why they're prioritizing some of the bans that they have, especially in a meta where we now have stronger power picks, stuff that needs to be dealt with, the Hecarim, the Sivir, in coming weeks, maybe the Udyr, right? So yeah, I would start by looking there.
Okay,
I
we
mean,
start there.
They
Yeah.
do have a tough opponent up next week. They play CB Midnight, who's one of the undefeated teams at the moment. So
Ooh,
That's
that'll
gonna
be a good
be
showcase for both
rough
teams,
match.
really.
Yeah, that is going to be a rough match for them. So hopefully they get a lot of prep done before that one. However, I believe we do have our MVP graphic ready for you.
Oh boy,
Oh.
oh boy. Let's see the graphic. Who was our MVP? Good golly gee, there it is. It's Michael Morbius on DVD. It's Morbin time, everyone. Great performance from Morbius on DVD, especially in that game 3 on the Misfortune. Hopefully, you're keeping your stats lead so we can get the Morbius sweep we've all been waiting for, and maybe Sony will re-release the film in theaters for it to flop a third time. I think that would be really peak content. This is excellent. But yeah, if we can go ahead and just bring it back to the desk then and close it out, because
I think we all knew what was coming there.
Yeah.
It's hard to pass. I mean, I even said it at the beginning of the day. I predicted diversity just because they play more games and it was a little easier to say, hey, they've been playing well. It's hard not to root for this team simply because their names are all bangers.
Yeah, and you know what? I was the correct prediction today. Me and I think Moose were the two people who were correct in our predictions. So, Moose and I get it. What about the rest of you? We'll see.
I think maybe I need to stop copying Quintic's homework here.
Quintic's
Yeah,
leading you astray.
Like, oh, you seem very, very, very smart, intelligent analyst boy. Me over here, hard stuck silver, with my Blitzcrank content. That sounds about right.
Look, it's all right. You don't need to feel too bad about getting griefed by Quintic's homework. If you copied his VRD play, you'd be in the same spot. But Anyways, with that, that was unnecessary. That was just unnecessary roughness.
Kicking me while I'm down. Like, come on.
But with that said, we can go ahead and close it out tonight. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure you hit the follow button and subscribe if you want to support us, the casters, and the analysts here, and the production as well. You can use your Prime sub. It's September, so if there's gift sub price reductions, if there are any gifters, you know, make sure you just drop some gifts for your friends. Let your friends know about the stream. Of course, that always helps out. Follow us on Twitter. Join the Discord if you would like to get in on the action yourself. And of course, follow us, the individual casters, if you would like to see more of our individual content. Although Kevbo doesn't do anything on Twitter, so you can just you can follow Kevbo for emotional support, I think.
I posted content this week.
Let's fucking go. Let's go, Kevbo.
Wow.
I posted the absolute holy Blitzcrank skin tier list.
That's pog
Like
content.
my second post ever, and all the other ones are about casting VAS. So
Let's go. Let's go. You love to see it. So yeah, make sure you follow the talent on Twitter. Follow Victoris on Twitter so you never miss a stream. And next week we will be back on the desk here for Friday at 7:45 p.m. And throughout the week there are more streams, more content. It's always exciting here on the beach at Victoris Esports. But with that said, I have been Becky Rita, joined by Quintic and Kevbo. Signing off. Have a good evening, everyone, and have a fantastic weekend.
I would say that Warriors and might be a little bit sooner, but they might not be able to do so because now Morbius is going to be in trouble. Another team king from JJ is going to move it potentially to first blood. Who gets it first? Stickler is going to be in trouble. Oh my god, first blood goes from it. We're not going to see another game Stickler VC. Nice handshake though. Nice handshake, and now we're going to come in for Red Bull. Izzy is now going to try to get out of here. Izzy is trying to do what he can to drop another bomb. As Osama's going to get the extra movement speed. It's going to be level 6. Another bomb's going to drop. Who gets it? Who gets it? It's little Izzy that gets the kill. And nicely done. The flash not going to get up though. And Red Bull is going to take down Osama. The spell beat against Cassiopeia. And now Rambo's going to be in trouble. Cougars. He's going to drop a little bit of damage here. Mason's going to take a couple of turret shots. Going to take a 4th turret shot. And for the extended play. Signal's going to come out. Osama's going to go berserk. Going to get knocked up. Going to get stunned. Going to be denied life. Grand Capital will pick up that kill. Pick up the spell lead from the lead. He's going to be forced to flash away. Random Capital is going to get away with the spawn from the turret. All the force that's not going to come through. Jolene are correct. Here or I'm actually correct again. That's all the things that does come through. Osama's going to get hit. Why Jordan should be able to stay alive, and now the first call's coming out. Shut down on the JJ will go down. And Bailout is kicking down Rambo. Stickler V6 and is going to take down one more. Rambo wants a third. It's going to be Random Capitals that picks up a double kill. Osama flashing away. Gets the double. Rambo going to be in trouble once again, and Rambo is going to go down. Touchdown going over to Random Capital, but Red Milk P is going to die, and Random Capital is going to potentially die as well. Using the stolen chrono ship, he will eventually die here, but will he potentially take one on the way out? Jade is going to take down Stickler V6 to make it a 2-for-1 so far, and with Random Capitals dying, going to be up to pick up Rambo. Rambo going to try to come through as we got Morbius on DVD being able to take down the Orn. That is a big tank not available. Get away. Random Capitals dies. but not before being able to let the rest of the cavalry come through. Osama trying to do what they can. JJ is going to be able to get the assault and battery against the Fiora, who's now on a killing spree. Osama wanting to be able to pick up a kill. He's got the damage, but not quite enough. We got JJ now coming in. Boop, boop. Oh my god! Random capital capitalizing on that call of the Force God. And JJ now going to try to come through. We got JJ on the hand. Osama trying to be able to get away. SpongeBob will take down Jolini. And now Rambo, way out of position here, is going to be hit in a 5v1 situation. Going to try to flash away from breaking behind game. Going to try to walk away from all the damage. And it didn't do a good job of it. Meanwhile, on the top side, having vision would be important there. But everyone was there. He's going to try to move forward. It's going to be a knockup from JJ. This is going to go through. Random capital. Nice hostile takeover. A decent utilization of that. Pardon me. The keeper's verdict. That's what I'm looking for. As we get a knockup coming through. Warriors on DIV is legendary. As the Orn goes down. Another great call of the Force God from Random Capitals. As SpongeBob will die. Osama's going to be able to get that shut down. Assault and battery. Going to deal a little bit of damage to Morbius on DVD. Once again, legendary. Trying to be able to get away. The knockup into the bullet for this time. Deciding to give them the best game that they could. But we are now looking for a clear. Badger's going to get taken by Capitals. And there's no way that the floor is going to be able to get up. He's going to go golden. As Randall will end up going down. Getting hit by that Chrono Ship. Osama trying to do what they can.
I think we're going to get at least one fight for the first.
My hot take here is that this game is going to end very soon. And Busy dies! And Morbius on DVD is going to go legendary. And I still want the from Jolini, but there's no follow-up from the Jillian who doesn't have Chrono Ship. It's going to be SpongeBob being able to take down Rambo. It's going to be Stickler Meeseeks taking down Jolini. And it's Random Capital against Osama. Nameless Goobers been able to outplay. I would say that Morbius on they might not be able to do so because now Morbius is going to be in trouble. Another deep game from JJ is going to really potentially his first blood. Who gets it first? Osama in trouble. Oh my god, first blood. We're not going to see another game. Stickler Meeseeks potentially be in trouble. A nice handshake though. Nice handshake, and now Fizzy coming in for Reginald P. JJ's and Fizzy is now going to try to get out of here. Fizzy is trying to do what he can, gonna drop another bomb, as Osama's gonna get the extra movement speed. Gonna be level 6, another bomb's gonna drop. Who gets it? Who gets it? It's Fizzy that gets the kill. As nicely done, the flash not gonna be enough though. And Red T is gonna take down Osama. The Osama's gonna get the keeper's verdict. So it's gonna be the spell thief against the Cassiopeia, and now Rambo's gonna be in trouble. Goobers. Making Rain's gonna drop though, gonna be a little bit of damage here. Spacey's gonna take a couple of turret shots. Gonna take a 4th turret shot and use. So in the extended play, Osama Takeover's gonna come out. Osama's gonna go berserk, gonna get knocked up, going to get stunned, going to be denied life. And Random Capitals will pick up that kill. Also gonna pick up the spell thief from Jolini is going to be forced to flash away. Random Capital is able to get away with the abscond from the turret. The call of the Forge is now going to come through. Jolini are correct. We are I'm actually correct again. As all the Stickler does come through, Osama is getting a hit by the Chrono Ship to be able to stay alive. And now the curtain call is coming out. Shuts down onto JJ. Will go down. And the bailout is sticking down. Rambo able to take down Stickler Meeseeks. And is going to take down one more. Rambo wants a 3rd. Gonna be Random Capital to pick up the double kill. Osama flashing away. Gets Osama. Okay, Rambo gonna be in trouble once again, and Rambo is gonna go down. Shut down. Going over to Random Capital, but Reto T is gonna die, and Random Capital is gonna potentially die as well. Using the stolen Chrono Ship, he will eventually die here, but will he potentially take one on the way out? JJ is going to take down Stickler Meeseeks to make it a 2-for-1 so far. And with Random Capitals dying, going to be up to pick up Rambo. Rambo going to try to come through as we got Morbius on DVD being able to take down the Orn. That is a big tank not available. Trying to be able to get away. Random Capitals dies, but not before being able to let the rest of the cavalry come through. Osama trying to do what they can. JJ is going to be able to get the assault and battery against the Fiora, who's now on a killing spree. Osama wanting to be able to pick up a kill. He's got the damage, but not quite enough. We got JJ now coming in.
Not this. Oh, busy, not you.
Oh my god! Random Capitals capitalizing on that call of the Forge God. As JJ is now going to try to come through. We got
That should be on the back.
and Osama trying to be able to get away. SpongeBob will take down Jolini. And now Rambo, way out of position here, is going to be hit in a 5v1 situation. Going to try to flash away, get some great behind gaze. Going to try to walk away from all the damage. And is able to do a good job of it. Meanwhile, on the top, yeah, having vision would be important there, but you also knew that everyone was there. He's going to try to move forward. He's going to get knocked out from JJ. Now the sun's going to go through. Random Capital, nice hostile takeover. A decent utilization of that party. The keeper's verdict, that's what I'm looking for. As we get a knockout coming through, Morbius on DVD is legendary. As the horn goes down, another great call of the fourth time from Random Capital. As SpongeBob will die, Tom's going to be able to get that shut down. The battery going to deal a little bit of damage to Morbius on DVD. Once again, legendary. Trying to be able to get away. The knockup into the fourth side. Deciding to give them the best game that they could, but we are now looking for a player. Jaden's going to try to escape. Madden's going to get taken by Capital, and there's no way that the score is going to be able to get up. This is going to go golden, as Rambo will end up going down after getting hit by that Chrono Shift. Got Osama trying to be able to do what they can, going to deal a little bit of damage with his build shot.
I think we're going to get a team fight. At least one fight for diversity. At least one.
My hot take here is that this game is going to end very soon. As
Oh,
Busy
Busy, no.
and Busy dies, and Morbius on DVD is going to go legendary. A nice four-man knockup from Jolini, but there's no follow-up from Bazillion, who doesn't have Chrono Shift. It's going to be SpongeBob being able to take down Rambo. It's going to be Stickler B6 taking down Jolini, and it's Random Capitals against Osama. Nameless Goobers been able to outplay. I would say that Morbius on DVDs and Stickler